Big blind. Thank you. Yes, yes.
All right, we should be live. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. The play is about to begin, and it is time for a second day one here at Coolbet Open Tallinn. My name is Krister Laas, and I am joined by my fellow commentator, Coolbet employee, and a former winner of this event, Ott Kaarli.
Hello from my side as well. Nice to meet you, everyone. Hopefully it's going to be an action-packed day.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure it's going to be a nice one. I just checked. There's already 270 entries to this day 1B, and plenty more to come, I'm sure of it, because yesterday when we started at the same time there was about 130, and we ended up having close to 200 players. So if I had to bet, I guess there's going to be like at least 100 more players or entries, because this is a re-entry event. The buy-in for this tournament is 550 euros, and we are expecting a pretty sweet first place prize. It's already guaranteed. The prize pool is already over 200,000 euros, and I think it's only gonna grow even larger. So north of 50,000 euros for the winner. Sweet money.
Hopefully there will be some many rebuys, and let's get this prize money up.
Yeah, let's get it up. And as well as, I mean, is there also going to be a Turbo Day 1C coming up? There was some talks about it yesterday, but I'm not 100% sure if it's true. But if it's correct, and there's going to be a Turbo 1A coming up as well, Turbo 1C, I mean, then we might even get even crazier numbers. Anyway, as it is, still day 1A, day 1. I don't know why I keep on saying A after the day 1. It's day 1B, and we have a sweet table for you. A lot of what you can expect with this type of Nordic tournaments. I'm sure the play is gonna be aggressive. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna see quite a few 3 bets, 4 bets, and you see players taking their seat at our featured table. And before the play begins, I want to let you guys know we have a special 500 euro free roll for you guys. The password for that free roll is Finland. Capital letter Finland. Go over to your Coolbet client and register right away. First place takes 200 euro ticket, second place 100 euro ticket, third and fourth 50 euro tickets, and so on. First 16 players get free money, and it's just for our viewers here. You can see the promotions down below, right below us. Yeah, every single day 500 euro free roll for you guys. Yes. And if you like to play some slots some of the time, if you want to sports bet, we have promotions for you too. Go to your Coolbet page, use promo code FARO, for example, and get 10 free spins in the game called Doom of Egypt. And maybe get yourself a roll for free. I mean, I like to play some slots every now and then. Not too often. I mean, who am I kidding? I'm playing almost every single day, but but that is for the stream. But by myself, I mean, I enjoy some low stakes slotting. some of the time, but we are here to watch and commentate and enjoy Coolbet Day 1B. We are starting from level 4. So players have already played 3 levels. We already have about or approximately 20 bust outs from the entries that we've received. And the blinds are 100, 200 with 200 deep blind ante as well. And players have finally taken their seats and we can begin the coverage.
Let's introduce the players also.
Sure, I'll let you do it.
Yeah, seat 1 is Susanna Hannele Lagerström from Finland. Seat 2 from Italy is Renato Messina. Seat 3 from Norway, Line Lindsholm. Seat 4 from Finland is Akseli Valaja. Seat 5 is a Lithuanian guy, Algirdas Saveikis. Seat 6 from Norway, who is a streamer, Christian Arstad. And seat 7, at the moment this seat is empty, but there should sit also one streamer from Iceland, Christian Oli Sigurdsson. Seat 8 from Finland, Jari Juhani Porkka, and seat 9, Asker Mogens Lund.
A couple of familiar faces and names. I'm sure our Finnish, Norwegian players will recognize almost all of these players. It's nice to see 2 ladies at the table as well, as we were very dry on that field yesterday. But let's see how the players will hold on. It'll be approximately like 2 to 3 minutes until we get the cards on the screen as well. But don't you worry, they will appear ASAP. The starting stack for the tournament is still 30,000 chips, so we are playing quite deep stacks, 45-minute levels, and average stack at the moment is approximately 160 big blinds, so I mean, some deep stack poker to be played. What do you think about yesterday's experience? Did it go as you expected it to go? Was it a bit tighter? Was it a bit looser? It's always more difficult to play at the feature table or the TV table anyway, but how were your expectations?
Yeah, yesterday the action was pretty tight and pretty straightforward, and most of the hands were played out well, as they should, or like the plays made a lot of sense. We didn't see many hands that were like out of the box or something like this.
Yeah, not too many crazy plays just yet, but I'm sure, like, since it is a very deep stack tournament, I mean, for me, I'm not sure. It's usually I think that whenever I play deep stack tournaments, I would expect to do more plays every now and then, but I personally usually always come in with the same strategy as well. Let other players make mistakes and just try to refrain from too many mistakes myself and try and capitalize from the mistakes of my fellow players. But if everybody's playing tight and solid, it's up to somebody to start making some moves and become the so-called table captain, which I truly believe in, that there can be 1 or 2 players who can completely like pick up the pace and dictate how the table is going.
Yeah, this is what this deep stack structure does. I mean, you can be creative in every street and do some river bluffing also, which is more complicated when your stacks are shallow.
Yeah, definitely, and more impactful as well. So I mean, the one thing that I'm sure that regular players or some of our viewers might be thinking, like, in regards of strategies, like they don't want to do many river bluffs because players are so deep stacked and they are more likely to call you. So I mean, is there actually any truth behind it, or I mean, if it's a good bluff spot, you should definitely take it anyway, or just go for value?
I mean, if you have some reads and you need to be like confident on your game, and if you find some spots, it's definitely worth to go for some for some river bluffing.
Yeah.
I would like to see it, some Scandi action actually in the stream.
And talk about Scandi action, we have a player from Finland just limping in from under the gun with ace queen. And still, if you're listening to this and if you want to learn a bit of poker strategy, open limping usually not the best idea. It's definitely not the worst. I mean, it could be worse if you just folded ace queen, but if you're gonna come in to the pot, I always recommend coming in with a raise. You don't have to make it too large, but if you want to keep the pot small but still take the lead in the hand, you can start raising 2 to 2.5x. I mean, my standard opening size almost at any depth is close to 2x anyway, personally. So I'm not a big fan of those large openings.
And we see the button, I think, raised this. Raised up. Did I correctly see that ace queen folded pre-flop after raise?
Yeah. And we finally have the streamer from Iceland, right, wearing the Coolbet cap, joining us as well.
That is correct.
Enjoy this break a little longer, but I mean, it's still very deep. If you miss a couple of hands, it's no big deal. And the action is gonna start from Renato Messina from Italy. He's gonna let his hand go, and
raise 5, sit 3.
Lina Lindström from Norway. He's gonna raise it up with 500 with ace-9 suited. Nothing wrong with that. And runs into aces straight away. Gets quite a small 3-bet from the aces. Especially that deep, kind of want to make it a bit larger. Otherwise, you give your opponents incentive to call and maybe outflop or outdraw your aces there. Anyway, there is a cold call behind from Christian Sigurdsson. Sorry, was that Sigurdsson? Yes.
Sigurdsson, yeah.
Sigurdsson from Iceland. He's gonna cold call that, and that'll bring Lindström as well. 10-8-4, 2 hearts on a flop, so pretty good looking board for Axel. I mean, Sigurdsson definitely has some pocket 10s, pocket 8s that might cold call there. And Axeli Valaja checks the flop. I mean, I don't mind it having the ace of hearts, like sometimes checking that flop. Especially having the cold call. I mean, Sigurdsson might have something like jacks as well, 9s that want to value bet there, as well as 10s and 8s. So it's a bet of 900 and a call from Valaja. Pot is 6.2. Another 8, still not too bad for the aces.
Yeah, but 8 is a really incredibly good card for the ace.
Makes it less likely
of 3 of a kinds that Hussein might have.
But since he started just check calling, I wouldn't mind just check calling the turn as well, and
4,003,
and just go for the check call on the river, or possibly a check raise on the river. But it's a check raise on the turn, so kinda trying to make it look like he has a bluff there, or I mean, not sure. Not sure. Probably trying to get some value from different draws. Protect from against something like Jack 9, Queen Jack suited, I guess. But he does go for the check raise, and he will take this one down. So quick fall from Sigurdsson.
Actually took a very tricky line there with aces.
Yeah.
And, I'm very curious what the opponent folded, but with this line, I mean, you have any kind of a draw or maybe some pocket 5s or something. It's, yeah.
And it was a really quick fold from Sigurdsson as well, so probably didn't have anything too much. I mean, he could have still had something like 6s or 7s that he just decided to give up on.
Yeah, it's very possible that he had this middle pair
raise.
that just
protected
his hand against like ace highs and stuff.
Yeah. And Lina comes in with another raise here, so second hand in a row. She's gonna be the one to open the pot, so let's see if she's gonna find some customers this time, as well.
Fold, please.
Again, we don't know what
Excuse me.
Lina has
count,
here,
please.
but it's folded around to the
Yes,
small
please.
blinds. To
Sit one fold,
Susanna,
sit two
and
fold.
she's gonna let it go. As will Renato,
I
so
keep you on
second time's the charm from Lina Linso, who tried last time, didn't hit, and this time she took this one down without any contenders. As you can see, the chip stacks, Christian Sigurdsson, 61,500 from Miss Iceland, more than double the starting stack and approximately double the average. No one's too short as well. I mean, the shortest stack is 17.7k, which is, I mean, almost 90 big blinds. So we're playing very deep stack poker here.
Sit 4 fold.
Pocket nines. I've already seen a couple of strong hands. Nine's definitely strong enough for a raise.
5 raise.
Or the Lithuanian.
550.
Very similar to yesterday, where we had also many pocket pairs.
Yeah, we saw a lot of huge pocket pairs yesterday,
raise,
and that
1006.
and this table follows suit.
8 fold, 9 fold.
Sigurdsson makes a 3-bet
fold,
to
2 fold,
1.6 with
3
pocket
fold.
tens, and I don't think that the Lithuanian player is gonna go anywhere just yet. I would proceed with a call, play some flops. I don't think you really want to start turning your hand into a bluff against an early position 3-bet there.
5 call.
No, it's definitely a really nice hand to just defend. Let's see the flop.
Heads up.
So he does make the call, and he does flop a set of
5
nines
check.
here. Still no lock on the
Seven
hand.
up,
I mean, it's a
1-6.
scary board for tens, but the tens do have a straight draw, and they will continuation bet to 1.6k. And let's see if it's a scary enough board to start raising already. Maybe you think your opponent is very like this flop heavy, like a lot of ace kings, king queens, and so on, that you might want to start raising already. Or do you just continue calling if you have nines here?
I would continue with a call, because this board is hugely favors like the 3-better's range, and he has those kings and everything in his range. And
that is an interesting turn card. I mean, it was a quick call from the tens, and now the tens have an open and a straight draw. They can make a 7 or a queen to make a straight on the river. But the pot is quite large.
Let's see what sizing Algridas will use.
Something like 7, 7.5,
5
I would guess.
10,001.
10,100. So he's going very big
7 calls.
and instantly called by Sigurdsson. Sigurdsson can also hit a 10 to make a better 3 of a kind, but that is 6 of clubs, 6 of spades. So no flush comes in. And pocket nines have a lock on this hand. Just 15.6k behind, 34k in the middle, and there's a lot of chips in the middle
All in.
for these two hands.
5 all in. All in.
Christian should find a really easy fold here on the river.
Yeah, I mean, turn call already was a bit loose there, as well as the flop one, but I don't blame him for that. But
50.
on the river, I mean, you're not eating much here.
There are some potential ace queens, but
yeah, the thing is, you having 2 tens, I mean, it's kind of want your opponent to have something like ace 10 or 10-8 or something like that.
Fold.
So was it a call or was it a fold?
I think it was a
a fold, yeah. So makes a nice fold, but loses a big one here. Loses the chip lead as well. Because I think the Lithuanian overtook the chip lead, at least from him. There might be some other players with even bigger stacks on the table, though. That was a, I mean, that happened quite quickly, and I mean, well played from the Lithuanian player to get almost max value out of this situation.
5 fold.
Savakis this time with Jack 5, and he's gonna let this one go.
6 fold.
And
7
I have
6.
I have a feeling that Sigurdsson is gonna play quite a few hands. I mean, the opening to 600, 3 big blinds, king queen. Do not
8 core,
mind that.
9
And I
fold.
don't. Sigurdsson call the
1
river
fold.
then. I mean, how
2
does he
fold.
only have
3
600
fold.
behind? 15k behind.
I'm pretty sure he folded, but at least like it seemed to me that he threw his.
And even if he had called, I think he started the hand with something like 60k.
Yeah,
So he couldn't have lost that
Three
much.
players.
So I'm guessing he actually has a bit more here, and that's a cooler
Check.
of a flop for king queen. Sigurdsson is poised to lose another one here, flopping top pair with a strong kicker.
Check.
But Jari Borka
Check 7.
has the bottom 2 pair with ace 8-9.
8 open, 1 3.
Sigurdsson takes a cautious route to it. He's gonna check the top pair, and let's see if he has any like future plans. Does he want to raise it already? No, he's just gonna call.
Adds up.
So there's 4.7 in the middle, and that is a fantastic turn card for
7
king
check.
queen, flopping, turning to trips, and Jari Borka must hate that turn.
Not much Jari can do here on this turn, but he decides to
8 open, 1
go
6.
for a bet. I was expecting a check there.
Yeah, he's gonna bet, probably trying to get this cheap showdown against potential straight or flush draws there.
7 call.
Sigurdsson makes another call. Jari Borka is drawing dead in this hand unless he manages to bluff out Sigurdsson somehow, but on a blank river that is the deuce of spades, I don't think that's gonna happen. So the river is gonna go check, check. And Jari Borka gets the bad news that he got outturned against the king queen. I mean, after Sigurdsson just check calls the flop, maybe Jari Borka is thinking it's not that likely that Sigurdsson has a king there.
On the monotone board, I think it's reasonable to choose the more passive line and start with a check like 3-way. I see no problem with it. So
yeah, and Sigurdsson definitely has quite a few some hands like tens, jacks, queens after coming in with the raise with a heart maybe that might check call this flop. Yeah, you never know. As it is, I mean, it was not a good turn card for Jari, and loses a small one there. Small one that was actually 40 bigs.
6 fold, 7 fold.
But in the grand scheme of things, that 4K, I mean, it's not gonna cripple him.
9 raise, 5, 25. 1 fold, 2
So
fold.
Mr. Lund from
3
Norway.
pumps it up
4
with the
fold.
queen 9 suited and should get a call from big blind.
Probably it's 6-9
525.
suited, right? Yeah, 6-9 suited in spades, definitely good enough for a defend here. Because in the big blind, you do get a discount. You're gonna be the last one to
Adds up, check. 5.
to act, so it's almost always
9 open, 6.
a bit more incentive to call there. And he does flop a pair of sixes and a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. Lund only left with just queen high at the moment, but he does have the betting lead. He can definitely represent the ace, or I would like to see him continue betting on a turn like king or.
9 check.
But it's a check on a turn. So Lund needs a queen or a 9, but he doesn't get it. The flush comes in though. 4 of hearts brings in
5 check.
the most immediate
check,
draws in the flush draw and the open-ender
6-9.
with 7-8. But he does not elect to turn his hand into a bluff, so 2 pair, aces and sixes. 9 kicker takes this one down. And the stream is starting well for the Lithuanian player here. Won a couple of decent-sized pots, and he is the new chip leader of this table with 51,000. And you can see the player positions in front of you as well and how large their stacks are.
Yeah, they had like pastas and stuff.
Pastas are good actually.
The players are talking about how good food is. Have you? I think. Oh yeah, I had to tell you, my fellow commentator yesterday who came after you, he took your Able Butcher gift card, which you left here.
Yeah.
He said you're not gonna use it, he can use it. So
He texted me about it, and I said bon appetit to him.
3-4.
And we see another limp and from Lund with a raise, and the raise from Susanna, and Lithuanian player Algirdas wakes up with jacks.
Algirdas wakes up with jacks, and does he elect to 3-bet here from the small blind? It is a limp and a raise in front of him. Pocket jacks, do you want to isolate? Do you want to build the pot up, or do you want to maybe play a smaller one? It looks like a raise.
2-7.
Good raise. I was
6
really
fold.
expecting him. Pocket jacks definitely way too good. Just all there.
9
Especially from the small blind. So that gets rid of the threes. Does it get rid of the jack 10 suited though? I mean, if I have the jack 10 suited and I face the 3-bet, I definitely want to play it in position. Even jacks is the worst hand you can be up against in that situation, and jack 10 suited still had 24% there. So I mean, it's a powerful hand, especially deep stack, especially in position, but knows that its opponent, her opponent's range must be quite strong there, coming in with 4-bet, 3-bet.
Supposed to raise next hand.
So let me fix something real quick.
Okay, please, blends. 1-2, 1-2-2.
Anyone else? It's the teams. Yeah.
Excuse me, 2 more, please.
You can use it.
Big time up there.
You can use it when you go there outside.
Anyway, I tried to get something fixed, but I'd say something.
I say something. We see pocket queens.
The problem is I can't, to let you guys know as well, I can't hear Oit's voice in my headphones, so it's Oit's voice gets kind of lost in all the noise here. Anyway, but we can continue as far as it goes. It's pocket queens getting a couple of folds. Ace-8 suited folding against the single raise. That's surprising a bit.
5 fold,
These players have
6 fold, 7 fold.
played few levels against us each other, so they definitely have feeling, and they know what the other players are capable of. And Ace-8 made a display down there.
Yeah, the thing is, but that's maybe for me, and maybe I'm a bit too loose in those situations.
8,
but I kind of, I mean, for that cheap in a deep stack tournament, I always kind of want to see a flop cheap with a suited aces. Even though, yeah, I know Ace-8 is not the strongest hand, but it's a suited ace still. So I always try and sneak one in if I can.
It really depends on the positions, yeah.
That's true.
The earlier position you are, the more you should fold there.
Yeah, because there's always plenty of players to be worried about after you.
Indeed, yeah.
And yeah, of course, if you call, there's more incentive for players behind you to 3-bet because there's more money in the middle. Yeah, at some point it is burning money, and that's something I should probably look up in the lab though. To see how much money I've been burning just trying to see a flop deep-handed, deep-stacked.
We see Renato opening up with a nice looking ace-5 suited. Definitely a good hand to start the action with.
Yeah, and if you were looking at us and listening to us yesterday, you probably realized by now that we both are pretty big fans of low suited aces.
And Jari finds ace-jack suited against early position raise.
I'm probably just calling there.
Yeah, also expecting a goal, but we see Christian also in the pot with a
4 deuce.
4 deuce.
And Christian does flop a straight draw and a backdoor flush draw, but it's the nut flush draw for Jari Borka and a pair of 5s for Renato. So everybody flops a little bit of something here. I expect Christian to not go anywhere just yet.
9, yes.
Sigurdsson is still has backdoor flush draw, can make a straight with a 3.
7 call.
He does call, and let's see how Jari, does he want to kind of start semi-bluffing here with ace-jack?
Jari definitely can raise it up here, but decides to call. He can represent all the 2 pairs on the board.
Yeah, he's the only one who should have, at least, should have king
check.
6, king 5, 5, 6 in his range. So even
check.
though the nuttest of the range belongs to Renato here with pocket kings and overpairs, still ace-jack with more strong hands. So everybody's checking, and ace-5 seems to be taking this one down unless Jari wants to bluff at it.
Kristen had the opportunity to go for a bluff, and now Jari, let's see if he goes. Yeah.
2-1.
And I like the sizing, I like the half-pot bet here.
Renato has some decision here, because there are a lot of busted throws on the board, but he decides to fold.
And let's see if somehow Christian might end up winning this hand, and he does. He does make the call. Renato folds the best hand, and Christian calls with his 2-pair kings and deuces. And I mean, I understand Renato's fold here. He still has Christian to worry as well as Jari having the king.
Yeah, I missed that he made actually the 2-pair with a deuce there.
But the thing is, with Christian showing that he's gonna call you down there with a pair of deuces. I mean, that's exactly the kind of thing that makes me think like, all right, I'm never gonna bluff at this table, so I'm just gonna try and get some value because there should be a lot of value at the table. But I mean, the thing is, it's always so easy to overthink that, oh, this guy is bluffing too much, oh, this guy is calling too much. And the thing is, even the most active players can sometimes flop big or get a big hand, and you always have to worry about that as well. So it's kind of about difficult to put a player like Christian on a hand, because I mean, if your range is so wide, you can like credibly represent almost all of the board all the time.
8-4.
Yeah, sometimes I always remind myself when someone is like playing against me like every round, that it's very possible it's just he runs good, or it's the last thing I want to think of. I really like sometimes making it personal, but it can be like very often it's just how the cards are run.
Yeah, 3,000. Everybody has gone through like periods of when you just get super hot with cards. And Christian again calling a 3-bet, the large 3-bet. If I'm Aziger Lund and I see Christian in a bot, I would think Lund has a stronger hand here, because you want to get max value. Like you want to start raising super large if you don't know your opponent tends to not fold the 3-bets that often.
Christian did not come to this table to start folding, which is very nice to see.
Yeah.
It gets a really unfortunate flop, and there's nothing he can do there.
Yeah, it would have been interesting to see something like a 10 or 9 high flop, how this one develops. But with the ace-jack being there, I mean, it just favors the 3-bets so hard. And I mean, with pocket force, there's nothing you can do.
Can you change this? Yes.
Oh, check this out. We have a €5 free bet for you guys. If you want to use it for sports betting, use the promo code CBO22. I'm going to do it right now. And I still have that plan to get to €1,000 by using just the free stuff here that Coolbet is giving away here. So let me open my Coolbet. Just go to coolbet.com, log in. If you don't have an account, just register. It takes just a couple minutes. And use a promo code CBO22, and you will get a €5 free bet on your favorite sports or whatever you want to bet on.
Christian finds the jack 2 suited, expecting him to raise, which he does from the cutoff.
9-4.
I really like how Christian is playing so far.
One call.
Yeah, I agree.
He's taking the advantage and playing a little more looser. And big blind flops top pair, which is unfortunate for Christian, but he gets an easy way out because big blind decides to just lead into it, and nothing you can do there with a jack high. But I'm pretty sure if the big blind would check there, Christian would bet there like 100% of the time.
Interesting lead out from the big blind though, on a king high board. Not sure what do you want to accomplish with a lead there, but I mean, sometimes you get your opponent with pocket tens to just pay you off 3 streets in that situation, who's just confused and can't put you on a hand once you lead.
3 fold. 4 fold. Five fold.
Let's see if you guys have any questions for us.
6 raise, 5. 7 fold.
And we see Jari waking up with pocket kings. Should go.
Yes, we do. And facing a raise from Christian
raise,
Arstedt.
1.3.
And another quite small 3-bet from in position though.
9
So
fold.
not too bad. Makes it 1.3. And let's see if Queen
fold,
Jack wants
2
to peel
fold.
one off there.
And not the best hand to call against 3-bets, which is like hugely dominated from everywhere.
That
makes,
is correct.
Makes a good fold. I like it.
Against such a small sizing, I mean, is there any value to try and go and flop like super huge, try and get like a 10-9 flop or something like that? Or, I mean, or is it just too much trouble of flopping one pair too often and paying off too many streets?
Yeah, I think you get more trouble than good out of it.
Thing is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supporting the laydown there. Although the 3-bet wasn't, wasn't big, but still, I mean.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're gonna start calling there, and if you're thinking like, okay, that 3-bet is too small, you have to be willing to fold top pairs and one pair type of hands against 2 barrels. Because if you're gonna pay at least 2 barrels too often, then you're gonna end up losing too much money there.
That's correct, and I would prefer like smaller connectors like 6-7 or 7-8 or 5-6 or suited aces against this size 3-bet. I would call them and any pair, yeah. But maybe Queen Jack off is
probably the worst hand.
Probably,
to call there.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And we
just dominated too often.
Lina flopping a pair.
6 check.
6-4, so second pair on the boards.
1 open. 8.
Lina takes the lead, but it's Susanna from Finland who's gonna continue betting here. 800 is the bet, gets the best hand to fold. And Arstedt, no heart on the board. I would expect to see a fold. With a single heart, I would not mind a call here, or at least maybe even a raise sometimes. But we've seen that to be the theme. The people really don't want to fold King Queen on a low board too often. So that's a call from King Queen and
6 check.
And checks it over to Susanna one more time. Susanna Lagerström from Finland.
2000. 6-4.
Bluffs with the best hand and takes it down. I mean, well done, because I think if the turn goes check and then Christian bets the river and Susanna loses the pot, so.
I'm one more thing that's not related to poker at all, but I'm super confused with the last names. Like if I would expect, I would say that Susanna Lagerström would be from Sweden. If the last name Lind would be from Sweden as well. Like they're from Norway and Finland, and I've had my last names wrong so many times here. So the names, I guess the Nordic names are just very, very similar.
5-4.
It's just something that I've noticed.
6-4.
Christian loves to play hands. 10-8 off, definitely a bit too wide, but I mean,
9 call.
As long as he's not getting 3-bet too
1
often,
fold,
I
2
don't
fold.
mind that much.
3 fold.
And I think Lund calling there with King 9 has something to do with his opponent. King
Definitely on a loser side. Let's see what the flop brings when the big blind comes along with a suited
9-4
3
there.
players.
suited 5-gapper.
Yeah. Interesting board. Open and
check.
a straight draw for Christian. Bottom pair for Axeli, but more importantly, top and bottom pair for Lund. So
7 open 8.
calling there with King 9 is working
9
out
call.
for him this far. I mean, 7 would be
4-4.
devastating for Lund, though. It is still 3 spades on the board.
Let's see if Christian finds the courage here to try something creative and go for three streets and put the King 9 under ultimate pressure.
Deuce
7
of
open,
clubs
1,
on
3.
turn, so pretty much as brick as they come.
Sit 9 call.
Easy call. Calls and looks away from his opponent. That's a kind of a sign of annoyance and like, I know your tricks. But that is a spade on the river, so if Christian decides to fire at this,
7
I
open,
mean...
3000.
Nah, it's just too tempting for his opponent to call.
I think it wins.
He gets a snap call
It's a
from
snap,
Zup.
yeah.
I think Christian's image is definitely the factor why the opponent called him here so quickly. I would imagine if someone else would bet their 3 streets.
I guess
on
at
a
some
4
point
flush
you
board.
just have to think like, I mean, it's my opponent there is just shown willingness to bluff quite a few times. So, I mean, 2 pair probably. If I'm just calling with flushes there, I'm calling a bit too not. Yeah, I'm getting exploited there. But I mean, if it was a larger bet, I'm sure that his opponent would have thought longer about it and maybe even folded. Would have been interesting to see if Christian would have value bet something like 10 of spades there, like that.
Yeah,
8 4.
but
If he does value bet a lot of flushes there for
1
3k,
fold,
then I don't
2
mind
fold.
that sizing that often. But I mean,
3
it's
fold.
still a live tournament. It's they probably played like 60 hands together. Of course, you get some idea of the
4 4.
like on some spectrums that are on very one-sided. But usually you don't have too much data on the player from that sizing, at least reliable data. As you said, sometimes player can run good for like a couple of hours straight, and especially against you, and it's very difficult to not think that they're picking on you or targeting you. As it is, Christian Sigurdsson from Iceland down to 13.7k after losing that 12k pot.
he's down like 40k with a level.
I mean, but at some point there was a correction of stacks because
7 4.
after losing that 15k, he lost 45k from that stack. So I mean,
8 raise 550.
not sure about
9
the
4.
stacks at the moment. Maybe he didn't start with 60k. Maybe he started with 30 instead. Because instead of losing 15, he lost 45. But
One
he's
raise,
enjoying his beer, and I
1000
mean
shoot.
he's getting
fold,
getting
3
me
fold, 4
some.
fold.
We definitely
as well.
do not want to lose Christian from the
No.
feature table,
5
that's for
4.
sure. So I'm rooting Christian to pick up some hands, and
6 4.
Me too, me too. Nothing against the other players, but Christian is definitely keeping up the pace here.
and Susanna finds a nice hand to 3-bet, and
Super small 3-bet though,
8-4.
super small 3-bet. Almost a 2x 3-bet that gets a fold from Berryborg. I mean, at that point, I mean, of course, King 10 offsuit, not the best hand. I guess you have to call. It's just 650 more to win 3k. I mean,
goes under the same category as the Queen Jack off was, but yeah, I mean,
but the raise was even smaller.
Yeah.
It was almost a click back.
hopefully the graphics are correct. But yeah, I mean, the 3-bets have been really small, on the smaller size.
But it's surprising to me, like online, these small 3-bets, they get abused. They just never work. But in live scene, that's what I do as well. I size down my 3-bets for like super hard because they just work so much better. For some reason, people they don't look into the sizings that much
One
in
raise,
my
6.
experience. Of course, I'm not very experienced live
2
player,
fold, 3
but
fold,
it's just something that I've noticed.
4 fold.
It's a raise from pocket sevens this time.
5 fold. Six fold.
Looks like Christian
7
is
call.
calling, yeah,
Yes,
with a
Christian is going with a decent hand this time. King check off,
That's
definitely good enough for him and for everybody on the big blind. Unfortunate on the flop though, very good flop for pocket sevens.
7 check.
Just one over card.
and Susanna
One
makes
bet.
a good
8.
continuation bet, then this should
8.
He
Get-
should get a call from Christian, right? Is what
7
you wanted
raise.
to say?
2
No,
8.
that's a raise. 2.8k. And Susanna, you see, that's the live tells for you. That shows that she's not super strong on the board. She's immediately started smiling, like, did you really hit that 9? Or do you really have me beat? I mean, if she's gonna end up calling, it's kinda like, you
One
can
call.
tell where she's at.
But it's really difficult here to continue with sevens. I mean, there are like 80% of the deck is like bad cards for the 7.
And that is one of the cards that is not bad. That
That's
is
true.
another undercard. 4-5 gets there though, but Christian
7 open.
relentless on the
3005.
pressure. 3,500 this time, leaving himself just 6.6k behind. And now it's a decision time for Susanna, basically. It's like, are you willing
One
to
fold.
trust your sevens for another 10k? Yes, the bet is 3.5, and I mean, that's as good as it comes on the turn, and expecting Christian to give up is being a bit too generous there. If I'm Susanna, probably I mean, then fold the flop. I mean, of course, hindsight is 20/20, but if you're gonna fold on that turn, I mean, of course, you can always reevaluate. On every street, you must reevaluate, and you get more information, etc., etc. Sometimes your opponent gives up.
Please,
But
small
against that specific opponent, you kind of have to go with it then, or just really give up on a flop.
I agree with this. I mean, the turn was too good to fold there after the call on the flop.
And bear in mind, of course, it's
9
way
call.
more easier for us seeing
One
the
call.
cards, and we see another limp with ace-10, and let's see if Renato takes a different approach with his ace-10. Suited, of course,
Two
he's going to
raise,
come
7.
in with a raise to 700. I like the
3
size
fold,
against
4
the
fold.
limp. Makes it 3.5x. Beautiful looking 6-7 suited for Algirdas from Lithuania.
Call. Raise
That's
7.
make-
Interested? Checks the card again. Let's see if he sticks in the calling chips or no. Looks like they're going in, and we have a Lithuanian also in the pot.
Maybe even thinking about a 3-bet here.
5 call. 6
No,
fold.
just a call.
7 call, 7 yes.
King 9 comes along as well.
8 fold.
Jari will fold, so it's probably gonna be a 4-way pot with Lund coming in as well.
9 call.
Assuming he's not gonna fold to the extra 500. So 4 ways to the flop, 3.2k in the middle.
Okay, flop players.
Couple of players with the same hands. Check, 8
Seven
and
check,
a 4,
9
so
check.
straight draw for 6-7. Everybody else pretty much missed here, so you can see 7 high has the highest equity to outright
Five
win the
check.
pot right now, 37%.
Algirdas decides to check there,
7
which I
check.
don't really blame against 3 opponents. Now
And-
catches a pair.
9 check.
No, 2 flush draws on the board, but
Two check.
none of our players have a flush draw. So pair of 6s
Stopping.
with a straight draw, checks behind one more time, so good run out. So
check.
very difficult to put somebody on a
9
flush
open. 2005.
after everybody checked
fold.
this one through. 2.5k is the bet. I don't mind the bet either, having the 10 of diamonds and it going check 2 times. I mean, you can definitely represent the 6, and unless your opponent has a 6 or an 8, probably gonna get a few folds there.
Algirdas is thinking whether his hand is good enough to raise here or just call.
Yeah, maybe he's like just trying to just decided that he's gonna call, but try and get to his opponent Christian to come along as well to make extra 2.5k.
5 call.
And maybe Christian has something like an
7-4.
8 or a
Showdown.
check, which is very unlikely,
Ace-10.
but still possible. But he does make the call
6-7.
and wins another decent-sized pot for himself. Meaning he is chipping up,
blends
and
up.
up to almost
153.
60k now. Blinds have gone up to 150, 300 with a 300 peak blind ante. Our chip leader is
And Yujiro,
seat
thank
number
you.
5,
Good luck.
Algirdas Saveikis from Lithuania with 57,000. And we get a new dealer as well. One more time, if you're looking for that free roll password, we have it for you. Today's free roll is worth 500 euros, and the password for it is Finland. It's only for our viewers. The more, the merrier. Yesterday we had something close to 150 players, so and one of those players took home first place and 200 euro ticket for it.
Susanna with a beautiful looking King Jack should open here the action.
Expect to see a raise. The blinds have gone up, so let's see how big she's gonna make it. It was 550 last time she raised, so this time should be like 800, 750. Let's see if it's gonna go. 800 is the raise. 900 is the raise, sorry. Hold it all the way to Queen 8 of diamonds from the hijack. Thinking about it, hasn't folded just yet. I'm kind of a sucker to call with those types of hands, but they get me in a lot of trouble as well. So
Algirdas took some TV time and then ended up with a fold.
But Jari folds as well, so just a big blind to get through with King Jack. But she does not. But I mean, it's not bad either way with King Jack suited. You don't mind if your opponent calls, especially being in position, and you don't mind if he folds. I mean, it's always decent to take a bot-down pre-flop. A beautiful looking flop for King Jack of hearts. 10-7-4 with 2 hearts, so 2 overcards, a straight draw, as well as a backdoor flush draw.
It's like a board with a million gut shot straight draws, so I'm expecting like Lund to continue here like very often.
So Lund does make the call, and we've seen this before. Yesterday, that almost always happened when we saw a player with King Jack suited. 9 that gave a lot of extra outs came on a turn, and the river wrecked, but it's a beautiful card to continue pressing on. Of course, it hits your opponent a lot more than it does hit you, though. But you still have so much equity against almost anything. You still have that flush draw, you still can make a straight with a queen or an 8, and there's still a chance your opponent might fold the hand something like 6-7 here, or 7-5.
Yeah, Lund has, Susanna has extreme amount of equity here in the pot with a double gutter and flush draw, but what if his opponent like goes all in on the turn? Then her hand is like really in a terrible shape. Like,
yes, that's true. You're almost always against at least 2 pair there, and then you only have yeah. That's the risk you take when you open up the pot again with a bet on the turn. But at the same time, you kind of want to keep building the pot with as much equity as you do have.
would be more better with the deeper stacks, like when you can call the re-raise and see the river with the shallow stacks. I mean, I could see a reason like to check the turn behind and get like really realize the equity there.
Yeah, realize the equity, plus probably if you check behind the turn, should a heart come or an 8 or a queen or something that gives you the absolute nuts or essentially the nuts, your opponent is probably gonna at least bluff at it, or they're gonna have some equity to either pay off or a value bet on the rivers.
Yeah, it's a nice spot. Your hand is kind of hidden because I mean your opponent kind of expects you to keep on barreling maybe like some percentage of the time there, and it's hard to put her on like a draw there.
Yeah, definitely.
Christian definitely opens up here with ace-4 suited, which he does.
Yeah, makes it 700.
9 for the raise.
I want to see Christian make a big hand and see his opponent struggling. I like it's always like when you have players that are this loose and this willing to play pots. I mean, it's expected for them to lose a lot of those spots, but at the same time, it's so sick to see those players run well and just dominate the table. And it is a decent board for King 10 here. King 10 flopped the flush draw, so another not the best flop for Christian here. But he's gonna make the call with the ace-high and a backdoor flush draw.
It's a very loose here, loose call by
Jack
Christian here.
Let's go, Jack of Diamonds. The dream card came through there for action. Flush draw for Christian now, and an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw for Lund. Bet is 6,000, and it gets called, and that is goodbye for Christian. I expect Christian to not fold this pair of aces to a bet here. Lund makes the absolute nuts, the hidden nuts as well. It's very difficult to put your opponent on King 10 after getting raised on a flop.
11,000.
So 11,000 is the bet, gets instantly called by Christian, and let's see if Christian in actuality had more chips behind than 7,000.
11.
So 11,000 was the bet. Christian still has plenty left, so I'm sure it was, yeah, it was a...
Looks like a 30 something K stack here.
So he did still start the table with 60,000, so he should have, yeah, approximately, yeah, 25 or something still behind, so he's still healthy. So seed 7 is not eliminated. Somewhere in the mix, he just lost 30,000 of his chips, but he still has them. And a beautiful pot for Lund, actually. Lund made a lot of money in that hand.
Lund had like a dream scenario, like how the board was running out there, like re-raising with a flush draw, which ended up hitting a straight. I mean, that's incredible.
And especially on a turn, giving his opponent the flush draw and the incentive to continue and river at the top pair. Yeah, that was what dreams are made of. How you get max value. Sometimes just hitting your hand is not enough. You need your opponent to just kind of stay in there strong enough, but not strong enough to beat you. Pocket sevens, raise it up. Get a call from ace-jack. Nice fold from ace-9. And the big blind will defend as well with king 7. So 3 ways to the flop, 2.6k in the middle.
So Lina only has 1 out to hit the set here, unfortunately. And it's an ace-high board.
Ace-high board with 2 clubs, so just very strong board for Algirdas from seed 5.
And Lina decides to attack this board. Seems to be, yeah.
I don't mind that. She was the one opening it up. She can definitely represent quite a few of those aces. If his opponents don't have the ace, it's gonna be tough for them to continue anyhow. So she's gonna make a small bet here.
Folds out a lot of hands that have equity against sevens, like red Broadway cards and king 10 of hearts, king jack of diamonds type of hands. They all like should fold here, but Algirdas decides to raise it up with a top pair, and at this point Lina has a very easy decision here to fold, but decides to continue.
She's gonna make the call, and this is.
It's very tough, like with the sevens, to do anything here.
Yeah, that's exactly, and that's one of in the Estonian Championships team event. That's how I busted. Just ended up leveling myself on a dry ace high board against the race with pocket sevens. Like just it just gave me nightmares for 2 days. Like what unreasonable leveling war, and I just ended up busting in a very similar spot. Very similarly stacked, very similar.
Yeah, Algirdas had a really interesting decision on the turn, because once he raises the flop and gets a call, it's pretty like, what does he put the opponent on? And maybe like ace x, but what ace x? He's behind with from the ace king and ace queen, but he rivers a top two, so should be like an easy value bet. And I don't know, Lina should be gone from her hand, but maybe
exactly.
decides to raise it up. Who knows?
The thing is, Algirdas's opponent should have, coming in from under the gun after a call, should have mostly like maybe ace 10 suited, but ace jack, ace queen, ace king. So most of those hands dominate you. So you're kind of in trouble if you get called. But as we saw, she did have pocket sevens there. As well as sometimes something like king jack of clubs, king queen of clubs, queen 10, 10. Anyway, some club draws as well.
I think if Lina decides to check raise the river, she might end up winning the hand there, representing the flush.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Like if she does check raise, it takes a lot of guts to do it though. But I mean, ace jack is gonna be in super tough situation there. Of course, the jack of clubs is kind of relevant, makes it less likely that your opponent has a flush there. I mean, the good players are definitely turning some of their hands into a bluff there.
500.
Especially if the river was something like a 9 of clubs, rather than a jack of clubs. So you have way more flush draws possible from under the gun. I mean,
65 pass. 6 raise 700.
and there we have it. Christian Sigurdsson is back.
The raise comes from Christian Arstad. Christian Sigurdsson folded.
He did fold to king 9. I guess he wants to cool down a little bit, wants the table to... yeah, he's running a bit too hot, maybe he's steaming a bit, so cool down a few hands and back to action after sitting out a few hands.
It's gonna be a 4-way putt. Some pocket pairs, some ace and king highs.
Yeah.
Thank you. Four player at the flop.
Queen, 9 and a 7, so a set of 7s for Asegir Lund here, but unfortunately for him, not much for anyone else. It's checked around to the set of 7s. He bets large, which I don't actually mind against the 3 opponents. It's going to be very tough to fold quite a few hands there. It's going to be tough to fold the queen, king 10s, king jacks, all of those relevant hands. But as it is, nobody has anything to call with, and
the large sizing there makes so much sense because you're unblocking the top pairs and all the draws, and it.
Yeah, with the bottom set on a board like this, you really want to go large, and especially it kind of feels like a bad beat if nobody's continuing there. And this one's for the next 10 seconds is for the ladies. All right.
5, pass. Hit 6, pass. 7, pass. 8, pass. 9, call.
Fold it around, and hijack decides to limp with a
1000.
suited hand, but Renato picks up pocket jacks from the button and raises up. Let's see if Lina, Lina makes a disciplined fold with a trace, and
Hit 4, pass.
let's see if Lund wants to continue with a hand, which he does.
Heads up.
Outflops the opponent. Easy game for Lund.
Hit 9, check.
Yeah, and no flush draws anywhere. And it's let's see how much Renato loses here.
I think it was Phil Helmut who did something with a Queen 4. maybe Lund has watched this hand and
better play for win, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a sick hand. That was, I mean, he's getting ridiculed, as he should for that hand. I mean, if it was the other way around, and everybody's already said it, and everybody knows it, but if it was the other way around, I mean, you would never hear the end of it from Phil.
Hit 2, bet 2,500.
2,500, so close to pot size bet from Renato here.
Renato really wants to protect his hand, as it seems, but he cannot really bet anything on the river. Goes for the large sizing, but yeah.
Hit 9, check.
Should be a check behind
Probably
from
gonna
Renato.
go check. You don't have to turn your checks into a bluff here. So another decent size pot this time over to Lund. Lund was at one point down to something like 18,000, up to 45 now. So we're gonna continue. 700 is the raise from Azeged Lund with 8-7 of spades. So really pretty looking hand to open with. I definitely don't mind to raise here.
Sit 5, call. Original raise with the pot.
But after Christian is not playing most of the hands anymore, the table has like collectively calmed down quite a bit. Don't you agree?
Yeah, there's been some hands played more slowly, but let's see. Maybe Christian decides to give some more action.
He's folding ace-5s now. He's folding ace-5s. Things are going. And no, that must be a mistake. Yeah, okay, that's pocket kings raising it up, and pocket jacks for Susanna. And both of the players are quite deep, and Susanna sniffs out just a call here, trying to maybe. I do not mind to call. Like, You get an early position raise. I sometimes call with checks in
Yeah, I
that
definitely
situation.
agree. It's a hand where when you 3-bet and when you face a 4-bet, it's like a terrible news. You can get away with checks against a 4-bet, but
And you're still playing in position, and sometimes like when you if you have checks in a small blind, I definitely want to see a 3-betting there. But I mean, yeah. Kind of playing the hand trappy, kind of cautious, and it's not the worst. And on a board of Queen 10-7, it's a disaster for pocket kings at the moment because Christian Arstad has flopped the bottom 2 pair, and it's looking like a good board to get some value for Azegir Lund, but
Christian is licking his lips there. Cannot wait to check raise the spot.
Yeah, there is a lot of draws on the board, so it would make a lot of sense to raise the 10-7 checks. Don't even pay once. Just pay the 700 pre-flop, don't improve, and straight up fold. And if I'm Christian Arstad, I want to raise here. There are some semi-bluffs I want to raise here with, like the stronger ones.
You have those gut shot plus flush draws and pair plus draws and many stuff you can potentially raise there. Jack-8 of hearts, this type of hands.
So he makes it 6,000 and Lund makes a quick call.
Lund
Let's see
calls, yeah.
if Christian can get a brick on a turn. That is the brickiest of bricks of the brick city. 15.1k, and Christian, should he bet something like 10k plus here? I mean, you might even think that Lund is just going all in on a turn and try to protect against some of the draws you might have. Lund, of course, has the pocket kings, has the king of spades, so makes it way less likely that his opponent is semi-bluffing here.
Lund has, yeah, like the worst bluff catcher here with pocket kings with the king of spades blocking these king jacks. And
the thing is, you definitely prefer to have something like ace queen here instead of pocket kings, actually.
Yeah,
even though kings is a better hand. Lund goes all in. Arstad makes the call.
Arstad snap calls here, I think.
No, he's still thinking about it, but he does end up making the call. So it's the biggest pot we've seen thus far. It's spot worth 270 big blinds, all in pocket kings versus flop 2 pair with 10-7, and it's Christian Arstad at risk but ahead with 2 pair. Needs to avoid a king on a river to be eliminated, but cannot do it. Azegir Lund hits another river, rivers a set of kings, and wins a massive pot worth 81,700 chips. Is now the biggest stack by far of this table with 87,000 or close to 300 big blinds, and what a bad beat.
That's very unfortunate for our Norwegian
streamer. Yeah, I mean, he did everything perfectly. He played the hand to finesse, but sometimes 21% turns into 100%, and that is just poker for you. That is the luck element in this game, and that is why we all love this game. But it sucks to be in a receiving end of this thing.
Sit 7, fold. Sit 8, sorry, fold. Sit 9, fold. Sit 1, fold.
You see some racks being folded here. Action folded to cutoff. Should fold as well. And button sees the beautiful looking 9-10 of diamonds. Good enough to open up here.
Yeah, definitely. It's something you really want to see when you when it's folded in the button. But
seven raise.
I expect to see a 3-bet, and I expect to see a call as well. Christian Sigurdsson finally with a very strong hand as well. But I'm guessing that Algirdas wants to play pots in position with the Christian. But you never know. I mean, 10-9 suited is a perfect candidate to call 3-bets with, especially close in the action.
It's a nice hand. I really expect him to continue in this hand.
It is a quite a large sizing, which I do like from the small blinds. You don't want to price your opponents in. But Algirdas makes the call, and Algirdas has been running well in this situation. So let's see if he does continue. Christian has not hit any flops thus far. I mean, this is just torture for our Icelandic friend here. Top pair, top kicker.
3,000.
King 9-10, but it's Algirdas flopping 2 pair against the top. Is it gonna go all in on the flop, or does Algirdas just call here?
5 raise. 40,000.
I think I heard an all in already from Christian Sigurdsson.
Christian makes a quick call.
Not drawing dead just yet. I mean, it's another huge pot. 55,000 in the middle, but Christian Sigurdsson really needs an ace or a king, or running straight cards or something to happen to take the lead. It's 29% to stay alive in this tournament, but he's going to need some help. That is some help, ladies and gentlemen. That is the ace on the turn, meaning that Algirdas just has 4 outs to retake the lead in this hand. Needs a 10 or a 9 of hearts or spades. Or sorry, no. Anyway, as it is, it's 7 of hearts on a river, and we lose one streamer and other streamer doubles up, and Christian Sigurdsson thinks he busted. He really did think he busted. He knocked on the table, he was ready to leave, and the rest of the players told that Ace King wins it. That's just too funny. But he's back to where he started from.
A bit of a cooler here, but Christian got lucky and catch the miracle on the turn.
And it's the theme today. If you have 20-something%, it's the best time to go all in, because by the river you're gonna end up winning the hand. We have another player joining us at this table. 3 ladies against 6 gentlemen. The battle continues here at Coolbet Open Day 1B.
So seat 6 should be Eva Torsrud, and also a streamer from Norway. Very happy to see her at the table.
23.
Don't know the chip count yet, but hopefully we will find it out very soon.
Just like the other hand. Exactly the same. You only had 2 outs, I had 5.
No, I had more.
Yeah. Two deuces, yeah. 7.
You can play from the bottom.
But I have story against him, so he can do it.
So you were saying that the new player is another streamer, right?
Yeah, she should be another streamer at our TV table.
And I'm guessing she streams poker on the Coolbet site, right? So
I
she
think
should
so, yeah.
know her way around the poker table. That's always great to see. It looks like the Icelandic and Norwegian streamers are getting along well already.
Looks like there is a delay here, some sort of a
Something
misunderstanding.
needs to be sorted out. The TD was brought to the table, and I think everything is fine now.
There was just a big blind before.
Let's hear what the players are saying.
Если был один из бигблайндов, если был small blind с одним батом, уже эти пределы не нервы. It's normal. It's one big blind. Small blind button is good. One problem.
It's a misdeal. People are not playing on a button.
Legal just on button.
Check it out.
So it seems like seems to me the hand was a misdeal. That's what I understood. It was a misdeal, and I think the question was, should she come into the table from the button, holding the button?
That might be the case.
So they wanted to deal her out for one hand to come in from the small blind or something. Anyway, as it is, she's gonna come in with the dead button. She's gonna be dealt out, is what I understand. And she's gonna join us the next hand.
We see early position raise here, or no, it's just a big blind. Sorry.
Yeah, it's been folded around, and that's yeah, it's fine. It's fine to fold. Christian now with his newfound chips is gonna fold to king 3. Cannot blame him for that. Ace 3 from the small blind limps in. Let's see if Lund wants to isolate ace 3 or check behind. Looks like we're gonna see the flop. A couple of quite strong hands, just calling and checking before the flop.
8 check.
4 still ahead. None of the players particularly in love with that flop though. It's a lot of that check back range from the big blind if you have ace 3. It's a lot of that limp range if you have pocket 4s.
We've seen Jari bluffing before at this table, and this bet really should go through, and nothing you can do there with a 4s.
Yes, just too many hands you lose against. Yes, in this specific situation you are against the hand that you beat, but very difficult to know if you lose against like 80% of your opponent's range, you just shouldn't call there.
Is it the last level with 25?
And Christian Sigurdsson asked a question if it's the last level of 25 chips. As far as I know, I think we're gonna play one more level before we do the chip up and before we go on a break. So after this level, there's still gonna be one more level with 200, 400 and 400 big blind ante. But after the next level, we are indeed going to have a chip brace and a chip up. And we're gonna lose the green chips. The green chips are worth 25 each. The black chips are worth 100 each. The yellow ones are worth 1,000, and the blue ones are worth 5,000 each. So if the blue ones are gonna go in, you know there's gonna be action.
Renato with a loose raise from under the gun with a 10-8, but I'm not against it.
Yeah, 10-8 suited, definitely good enough for a raise. Flops a pair and a straight draw, so this one should go check, bet, fold. Let's see if we are correct though. Check, and there's gonna be a bet of no bet. Check behind, wants to realize some equity. Doesn't want to build the pot. Adds a flush draw now. I mean, this is the time. He's gonna probably just call though. Probably going to just call that bet. That is a nice place to stab if you have ace-5 though. I mean, the board is bad, but if you get check back on a flop, I mean, more often than not, people do give up on this boards if the turn is a blank. He does get a call. And let's see if a river should be a blank if Lund is gonna fire at it one more time. Renato probably thinking he's behind, but has plenty of outs. And that is one of those outs he thought that he needed. He didn't need them, but now he can feel fairly certain that he's ahead in this board.
Lund can also easily represent the straight here, and as we see, he goes to bet, and Renato has a really easy decision here.
Is there any value in raising, do you think, if you're Renato here?
I don't think so. I think it should be like a easy call. Okay, Renato decides to go all in.
Does go all in. There's not much worse you can get calls from, especially from an all in. In my perspective, when I'm thinking if my opponent is betting small on the river, I'm raising there. But against almost the pot size bet that I was facing, my opponent is polarized anyway. So I'm just gonna call there, and I don't see any value in raising against the big sizing there. See the chip stacks. Seat number 9 is our biggest stack, the one who was just bluffing with ace-5.
Seat 4, raise 700.
Akseli Valaya has not been the most active player, but he has been running quite hasn't been running very hot with the hand, so he's gonna come in with a raise with Queen 9 suited. Gets at least one caller. Susanna surprisingly calls from the small blind with King 5 off. That surprises me. Knows his Finnish opponent, I guess. Susanna is ahead with the King High at the moment, but very difficult to hand to play post flop unless you hit strong. And that's top pair for Akseli, and that should go check bet fold this time.
Yeah, it should. At this point, Akseli definitely needs some protection with his top pair.
600 is enough to get Susanna to fold. Susanna's still healthy in chips. She has 47,500, so quite a bit more than the tournament average, which is 34,000. We have 296 entries thus far on Coolbet day 1B. Yesterday was close to 200, so we are closing to 500 entries already. And there is still time to come and enter 550 euros for the tickets. Re-entries are available until the end of day 1 or until the start of day 2, I would assume. So we might get some new entries before the day 2 starts as well. Folded all the way around to Algirdas, who could have been our biggest stack of this table. Lost a huge pot with bottom 2 pair against top pair top kicker when his opponent turned better 2 pair. That was a pot worth 55,000. Now he's only left with 31, but still doing fine. Still with more than 100 big blinds, but I'm sure he would have wanted to win this one.
Christian doesn't mind and
yeah,
opens with an ace-4.
He gets a goal from Renato. Bottom pair for Christian and not much for Renato, besides a couple of backdoors. Not a board where you really want to chase your backdoors on, unless you get the chance to. So check on a flop.
Expecting to see Christian like protecting his 4 once it's checked to him again, which I think he does, and should get an easy fold there. Well played.
Yeah. Basically protected, small bet gets rid of hands that have some equity that you don't want to give free rivers to. So do like the bet and picks up a small one. So thus far we've seen 2 levels of play. It's been mostly Christian Sigurdsson and Seat 7 and Seat 9 have played the most amount of pots, but I mean, everyone has been in the mix at some point. Nobody's has been too tight. I mean, once they have anything playable, it feels like the whole table has come here to play at least a bit. One thing I've noticed, the 3-bets have been on a smaller side. But that's not like nothing too bad with it.
7 plus, 8 plus, 9 plus.
Everybody's folded all the way to the blinds.
Some bad hands here, folding one by another, and Renato decides to go for a steal and raise it up, and well done.
Plays the hand aggressively and gets the better. No, obviously, most hands are better than 6-high, but gets the 8-3 to fold. 6-4 usually for me is just a limp in, but I definitely don't mind a raise against an opponent that's more likely to fold.
I don't mind. You have
So.
all the 3 options are arguable there, in my opinion.
Yeah, poker is a weird game. You just have 3 options, but then you have so many variables. Like how much, if you're gonna raise, how big, and against 2, and should you?
Which makes the game so good.
Yeah.
Jari should come here with a raise.
700.
So he will. He makes it 700 with ace-queen.
9 plus, 1 plus.
And ace-queen is a kind of a weird hand. As soon as you get 3-bet with it, especially when you're not like under 20 big blinds, as soon as you get 3-bet with it, your alarm bell starts going off. It's like you already know you start to approach the hand with a little bit of caution. It's too strong to fold, of course, and you still want to play it, but it's like, I mean, ace-queen gets so many players in trouble, and there's a reason. It's like I think it's the most likely bust-out hand for a tournament player of all time.
Yeah, very often it is. But we see Renato coming in with a bluff 3-bet, which is really nice to see. And let's see how this hand plays out. And there's no ace on the board.
1 club, so a backdoor flush draw for Renato. A nice board for Renato to continue, and I'd like to see a bet of something like 1.8 in that range. 1/3 of pot should be good here, and just maybe continue barreling on a turn, on a decent turn.
Up to half pot, I mean, it's...
And he's gonna go super small. It makes it 1.1. So I'm guessing if he's gonna bet 1.1, he should at least have a strategy of barreling quite a few turns, because you're not gonna get too many folds with a bet that small. And that is the action card now.
So
Pair of queens.
Renato picks up the flush draw here, and Jari with a top pair here. The 2-pair with pair 5s and queens and an ace kicker, and I'm expecting Renato to barrel this card aggressively.
And if he does, if he makes it like 5k, and if you get shoved on, I mean, you're gonna hate life. But it's a beautiful card to keep barreling on. Something like 4k would make a lot of sense as well.
4,800.
4.8, so he goes in between.
Goes more than a half pot, and Jari has...
If you porka Jari, do you keep on calling and just go on check call mode, or is now the time you want to just ship it in?
I would just go for the check call mode. I would be thinking that what hands am I like here bluffing with? I don't come up here with too many bluffs, so for me it makes sense to just keep check calling and let my opponent barrel, because I'm definitely calling like most of the rivers here with ace queen.
I agree, and the thing is, you kind of want Jari does not agree with you. He's gonna go all in, and he's gonna make Renato's life a living hell, because he is getting 3-1 on a call. He just has 11k behind, but he doesn't get the odds actually to call with a flush draw. So he's gonna have to release the equity there with the flush draw. But the same, just come back to the point of calling. The thing is, you sometimes you want to call there with your like 7s, 9s, 10s, and you kind of want to protect those calls with stronger hands as well. And you cannot just protect them with full houses and 5s there, because you just end up with too little strong hands there. The blinds have gone up to 200 and 400 there. So I agree with you that you kind of want to keep your opponent's bluffs in as well and just keep on check calling. Of course, you risk the chance of your opponent catching the off chance of a flush, running flush draws, and maybe a king that you're not too fond of. But still, I mean, if you calculate all the things, I think check calling there should be the play.
6-4.
You, as a former cash game player, how often did you have the 7 deuce rule? Does it happen often when you play in casino settings, or is it just
there have been some live games where we have juiced up the game with a 7 deuce to get some extra big blinds from every player. I mean, the winner of the hand with the 7 deuce gets, I don't know, like 4 bigs from each player or something like this, or 5.
But is it like this, one more thing, like I want to ask it, is it the 10 regulars sitting at the table for a month straight and just raking in the money from the recreational players and just bringing on the, or
I mean,
are there like
I mean, if there's a game going on with a special rule, like a 7 deuce rule, so I think from my experience, like everyone is just like going crazy with it from time to time. I mean, you cannot really fold it. I mean,
yeah,
you have to try something, yeah, to be creative and.
In a 7 deuce game, you have aces or kings. Do you play it like very similarly? Do you like change the regular sizing up to way bigger because of the chance you might have the 7 deuce?
I'm using the same sizings pretty much, but yeah.
Oh, with 7 deuce as well. So you're not gonna open for like 10 bigs.
No.
Pick up the pot.
Well, I haven't done it personally, but I can see the reasoning behind it. But then you need to open up the strong hands as well.
All right. So a top pair here for Lindholm. Gets a fold from the straight draw, and a pair of 3s for Lund. It's Lund who bet out, and Queen Jack just called. So Queen Jack still ahead. Quite a margin, and now that's the time for Ace 3 to just check this one, and probably gonna fold to a bet here. I mean, there's 7k in the middle. All the draws missed, but at the same time, you're still left with just Ace 3.
Lund has nothing to do here and just releases his hand.
He's gonna end up folding. He's either way behind or like close to flip him with a strong draw, so he's gonna fold to Ace 3.
Haven't seen Lina too much out of the line also, and nothing you can really do there besides folding.
So guys, if you're listening to us, be sure to head over to coolbet.com, because we have a €5 free bet for you guys. Just use the promo code CBO, as in Coolbet Open, CBO22, and you get a free €5 sports bet on us. As well as we have a free roll starting in 2 hours, €500 in that free roll added to our viewers. The password for the free roll is Finland, capital F, Finland, and take it. And if it's not enough for you, if you want to play some slots on the side as well, use a promo code Pharaoh. Was it? Yes, it was Pharaoh, and you get 10 free spins on Doom of Egypt.
Couple of pocket pairs colliding again, and Lina pumps it up with 10s. Really like to see that.
5-4, 6-4.
Jari should be able to find the fold here.
Why not just call and try and hit a set?
I mean, Line's stack is not that much, and
So you don't get the so-called implied odds in that situation, or the pot odds to try and hit the sets, because Lina doesn't have too much behind, and you might get into trouble on a flop like this.
yeah.
7k, so Lina has approximately 2.3 x the pot left. So
On a board like this, I mean, you have to pay at least one bet with a sevens.
3 bet.
and I expect to see a bet of something like 2.5. 2.7 is the bet from Lina, and Yara is on a flop like this definitely not folding. Yeah, well, you never say definitely, but that is a pretty good looking board for pocket sevens. And we saw Yari go all in with ace queen in a kind of similar situation. So if Yari thinks his sevens might be good here, he might even ship it on Lina. So he does, knowing my man. And I mean, Lina, you're not folding. There's too many hands that you still beat.
Some flush draws, some pocket nines.
Yeah.
There's no way out. Come on, Lina, make the call.
That's a good board for pocket tens. Of course, sometimes you run into something like aces. Probably sets not even just check raising all in. So, I mean, you can just take the strongest hands out. I mean, probably even aces, if they're gonna call pre-flop, they're just gonna continue calling on a flop. So, you can take out the strongest of hands from your opponent. So what's left is a hand range that you're doing super well against with pocket tens, but definitely don't mind her taking her time and thinking things through.
Yari must be thinking here that his sevens must be good.
I mean, if I'm in Yari's position in that situation, I'm not sure if I want to call at this point, or he would definitely take a fold though.
Come on, Lina.
Against anything that Lina is thinking, I'm guessing Lina has at least a few outs, but Lina looks like she doesn't want to go, but she's gonna go all in, makes a good call. The pot is worth 40,000 and Lina has Yari dominated here, meaning that Yari doesn't even have 20%, so I'm expecting Lina to win this one.
6 would be like the ultimate.
That is as good as they come. That's Jack of Diamonds, meaning that only 2 outs left for Yari here. Not sure how it shows as 7%, but nevertheless, it's Lina doubling up through Jari Porkka from Sweden, and Jari is crippled now, in a sense, when you're comparing yourself to other players. He still has 30 big blinds, but he lost a big one here.
Jari had the spot here pre-flop to get away from the sevens.
Yeah, exactly, and that is a perfect example of why you probably want to get away from the sevens pre-flop against the short stack. I mean, if it's deeper, you feel more comfortable just calling the flop as well. It's just at that situation there was 10k in the middle to win, and your opponent only had like 12 behind, so it kind of makes sense to go all in there and just kind of go all in and pray. That's something we see a lot in tournament poker.
And of course the poker gods punished with this terrible flop.
Yeah.
The only thing that can eliminate him is a 7 on the river. If there's not a 7 on the river, I can go to
Some 7 on the river chat is going on here.
I think they heard us speaking. The weird thing is that we're streaming with a 30-minute delay, and that is something exactly that we just called out. So she just called out what we're gonna say 30 minutes prior. That's kind of weird. That's spooky to me, because we do for integrity of the game, we do stream with a 30-minute delay, and she said like word to word what we just said. The only thing that's gonna eliminate her is the 7 on the river. I guess she knows her way around commentary booth.
Lina with her new stack will raise it up with a 9-7 suited from hijack, definitely on the loser side of open.
Yeah,
but I like it, and gets a call from Christian with an ace-5.
Christian does defend, so both players I don't mind to play at all. So ace jack 9, so both players flop a pair. Christian is ahead with his pair of aces, and we've seen him be pretty sticky with pair of aces, but Lina still has some showdown value, so I don't think that unless Lina is gonna add some equity on a turn with a 9 or a 7 or a spade, I think turn is gonna go check check very often here.
It's a lock for Kristen at this point, but it should be a very easy check behind for Lina and decide on the river what she wants to do when Kristen bets.
3 check.
It does go check check. And on a blank river like this, I mean, Christian might even get paid here. Everything missed. Like all the immediate draws missed, so if Christian had her beats...
He uses the big sizing.
I love the big sizing on this river.
Lina is in a difficult spot, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Christian play quite wild and loose, and the only thing that comes to mind is Christian, when he has made big bluffs on the river, they've been more closer to half the pot size. So this time he goes quite large, and Lina finds a nice fold with her 2 pair. And well played. I think well played both sides. But the only thing that we've noticed, of course we can see the cards, is that the bluffs have been a bit smaller as they come in.
I think I might have actually paid off there on the river.
Probably me too.
Yeah.
Just go with my player, and sometimes just realizing that sometimes I'm gonna pay him off, but sometimes you need to be good one and two times there, basically.
Christian definitely is a player. Like when he ends up with a high card on the river and misses his draws, he's never gonna just check it down. He's always gonna attack these sorts of spots.
3 to raise, 9.
And it's cool to see a player like this. 8-7 suited makes it 900, so 3x the big blind. Lina loves those suited connectors. And this time pocket 5s for Algirdas. He's gonna play the call. You see 1-5 folded. Christian Sigurdsson, he's gonna call for 700 more, and Jari Borka finds a beautiful spot to shove here actually. He has 30 big blinds, 3 players have put in 3 big blinds in front of him. He can increase his stack by approximately 30% by just picking up the chips, by going all in. But the thing is, we can see the cards, and I know that if it's gonna be folded around to Christian Sigurdsson, that he's gonna call the shove as well. So I'm pretty sure that Jari is gonna get some action. Jari does go all in. Goes all in for 11.8k. That should get rid of Lina and Algirdas.
And with the dead money in the middle, I think Christian is not able to get away from the hand here.
Ace-Jack is a monster for Christian as well. Not just for him, but in a situation like this, where he just called pre-flop, I mean, Jari is also gonna end up having quite a few like smaller pocket pairs there. Sometimes hand like King Jack suited, King Queen that you're ahead of, and plenty of hands that you flip against. Because I'm pretty sure Jari is gonna shove 6s and 7s there as well.
Yeah, and the King Queens and the Ace 10s, and there are more hands. Yeah, maybe even some. I don't know if he shoves like Ace 5 suited there or something.
Yeah, you never know. So there's Ace-Jack should, I don't even mind if it's a call in that situation. So I think that the Ace-King is gonna get some action. Chip stack was updated, though. Now it shows as 14.7k.
And Christian makes the fold there. Well done.
Something, yeah.
Oh no.
Some graphical errors. Not really sure how much Lund was showing there. If Lund was actually showing there for 15,000, then I don't mind the fold. As it is, I think it was Lund winning the hand in the end, not Christian Sigurdsson.
chip count, chip eight. Okay. Chip count. Ah, chip eight, sorry. Chip count.
So we need a yeah, exactly. Our graphical team needs a chip count for Lund as well to be sure exactly. So we do get a updated chip count for Lund.
30, 40, 50, 70, 17,004.
So Lund has a bit more than 17,400, right? So it seems like he was shoving more closer to 15,000 all in there. So it makes more sense to fold with ace jack.
All right.
He gets another chance. No, never mind.
I'm pretty sure Kristen would not fold ace jack there on the button.
Yeah, I think it was just for the system to update.
To raise 1,000.
There's a big two. What?
4-4.
Yeah.
So ace queen this time for Renato. He's gonna raise it up to 1K with ace queen, and Algirdas has king jack suited. Let's see how he. I mean, against under the gun with a short stack, you lean towards calling with king jack, but it's Ylva Thorsud finally now picking up a hand with pocket tens. First hand we're gonna see her play.
4,500.
Makes it 4.5, so quite a large 3-bet. Do not mind it at all. I'm guessing, I'm thinking it's gonna go all in, and we're gonna see that few of ace queen's outs are gonna get folded there. So I'm sure that Renato is just not gonna fold to a single 3-bet with ace queen suited, with just 25 big blinds effective.
Expecting this to go in by Renato and the fold.
No way, Renato ended up folding. Just gives a lot of respect to pocket tens there. Definitely not a move that I would have made. Of course, again, we can see the hands, but ace queen suited, 25 big blinds against a single 3-bet. I'm just going with it, and you know, that's sometimes in tournament you have to take those risks, because in the end, like it sounds like a cliche, and it is a cliche, but you are playing to win, and you just staying in for the tournament as long as you can. Of course, you get the experience, but you need to make a move at some point. But that seemed like a pretty damn good spot to make a move there with ace queen suited. Of course, you know, if you know exactly, like your opponent is never doing it as a bluff. Even against that range, I think ace queen suited does well enough with a short stack.
Yeah, I agree. It's too tight folder, but maybe he's played with the opponent before and knows that she's never 3-betting with anything less. Who knows?
That is probably a raise to 800, not 8,000. Or just a fold.
Check. 8 check.
Trying to fix it, but it seems like it was a raise from the cutoff. Button called, and no, it was a raise from cutoff, and the big line called. So the flop went check, a bet of 600 on a turn, which got called by Renato. So we see a river, we don't see a river, but we see that the dealer has put out the river. And And Renato decides to lead on this river.
2 open, 7 to 50. 750.
750, so very small bets. Very small bet on a turn and very small lead on a river. And Lund has been very interesting to, not sure what players have here. Lund hasn't shown too much strength here. Checking back the flop, small stabbing the turn. I'm guessing Lund has something like third pair here if he's thinking that long. He does end up folding. Yeah, but it was a small one. We did not miss much, but every small pot is very important for Renato at this point of the tournament. I mean, he knows full well that the next blind level is gonna increase 50%. It's gonna go from 200, 400 straight up to 300, 600. So it's gonna be quite a big dent to his stack if just this blind level raise.
Yeah, every big blind for these shorter stacks. I mean, they can feel it. How a big chunk of their chips is taken off from the stack. So really important to get some more chips to stay alive.
5, 4, 6, 4.
We see some couple of folds here. 10 deuce not good enough for Christian to open up. And the cutoff opens with a jack 9 off, which is reasonable.
Yeah, definitely reasonable.
I don't know.
And Renato finds those like semi-strong hands, keeps on finding them and keeps on calling with them. Calls for 600 extra. That brings along Lina as well with 10-6 of clubs. So Lina really doesn't want to see clubs on the flop. But 3 ways to the flop, king, deuce, and a 4. So no pairs anywhere. Ace-7 is still ahead. But that's the thing with calling with Ace-7 on the small blind. It's like very difficult for you to know if you're ahead or not. So it's just kind of very super hard to play. So I'm pretty sure Ace-7 is going to end up losing this hand.
Renato had really a spot here to just jam it in pre-flop.
Yeah, again, just squeeze and play against the opening range.
Not a bad hand against the cutoff to do that with.
Can you change this?
But I do have to like agree with that. I think for players in general, having this 25 to 35 big blind stack is the most difficult stack to play with. And
it is.
Where players make the most amount of mistakes and very easy to make mistakes.
I completely agree. It's this zone when I mean I feel it myself that it's more difficult and it's very easy to mess up, and you basically lose a 1-3 bet pot and misplay your hand, and half of your stack is gone.
Yeah, sometimes it's just way more stress-free to play a sub 20 big blind stack than it is to play a 30 to 40. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
It is, but I still
yeah.
still prefer 20 to 30 big blind stack.
That's true. I kind of like the stress myself. I mean, sometimes it's nice to put yourself in stressful situations, especially when you don't crumble under it. Sometimes you excel under it, and it's even better. Renato plays another one. There's a lot of players coming into this spot. It's a race with Ace-9 from Lund. Gets a call from Renato. That brings along pocket 5s as well as Akseli Valaya, who's probably been the quietest. But the last time he played a hand, it was with another Queen-9.
I think Renato's stack is going in somewhat on this board if someone decides to bet here.
I have seen crazier things. He's gonna check this one back. And now, I mean, it might go in now. It's a good card for Queen-9 though. Akseli makes a top pair with his straight draw. But Renato adds a flush draw to his third pair of 8s.
I see no reason why to start betting here, but let's see how much he likes his pair and the draw. Looks like he bets quite small here, 1.8, half pot, okay.
And Akseli is not gonna fold against that. He's gonna make the call, and we're gonna play a river.
Interesting would be see like a blank on the river, see if Renato, and it's not a blank.
That is not a blank, and that is not an interesting cut. Renato is probably going to shove, and that's going to put Oxley in a very difficult spot. Renato has a perfect shoving stack behind. He does look comfortable. But he has been looking comfortable all day. Hasn't been phased too much by what has been going on.
Some photos being taken before the all-in. And it's not an all-in.
3.5, he wants to that even looks stronger to me. I mean, Oxley is not happy with it. He was expecting to see an all-in there sometimes. He wasn't expecting 3.5. He saw it from his face. He went. The thing is, it might look stronger, but it still gives you better pot odds. But Renato really does not want to miss any value here. He wants to. He's thinking if he's gonna shove there that he might lose some value, but is he ever gonna bluff for 3.5 in this situation? What are his bluffs even? What is Renato checking back the flop, betting to turn against 3 on
Maybe
a double
some
flush
king
draw
jacks
board?
or something, or some open-enders. Not sure, to be honest.
But it's very few hands. I mean, it's very difficult to put him on busted spades because, I mean, why start betting on a turn? But I mean, I guess he's just gonna have to pay it off. Oxley is gonna pay it off and get the bad news that Renato did have the flush by the river. And Renato, things are starting to go his way now. Almost doubles up. Well, basically doubles up if you count all the rest of the money in the pot as well.
We saw how actually just didn't really like the spot on the river, but there's nothing he could do against this size.
Kind of crying. The thing is, like, people, another thing that people do, they think is like, if I fold here, I'm gonna get exploited. But most of the people are not the people to exploit you. You're gonna be exploited by the top players, but you have to think about your opponents as well. Not to say that Renato is not a top player, he definitely might be. But the thing is my opponent ever gonna start exploiting me if I fold too much there? Or
yeah, that is correct. In my opinion, one of the most important things in definitely live poker to understand what your opponents are doing, what are they capable of doing, are they ever bluffing, stuff like this.
Yeah. It's a raise with ace-10. Call with 10-9, and we're starting to see some multi-way bots here. 3 ways at least, and the big line might join. Probably not with Jack-6 off, so we're gonna see the flop 3 ways. And surprisingly quiet has been seat number 7, who ended up with very action-heavy. Started out with playing almost every hand, but has quieted it down quite a bit. Queen 8 deuce rainbow. So a straight draw for 10-9, ace-10 still ahead. But I assume Lund is not gonna go anywhere just yet, or is he gonna? Might even raise this one.
Looks like to me that Jari is like he has bluffed a few times.
Yeah,
and,
he has definitely been bluffing the most of
yeah,
the
table. And he's not against like betting into 2 opponents. I mean, that's a very unfortunate card for Jari.
Yeah, that actually gives Jari equity in his mind to maybe even continue bluffing in this spot. But that is the absolute nuts for Lund. And if I'm Lund, I'm always calling a bet here. If I face a bet, there's almost nothing to be afraid of by the river.
Yeah, expecting also Jari to shove. Jari with a double gutter.
8 open, 2005.
2.5.
9 raise.
And Lund raises immediately.
Was that a min raise? No, 15,000, just straight to business. Lund does not mess around. He doesn't care about keeping opponents' bluffs in. He cares about protecting his equity. knowing when he's good and putting it in when he's good and letting his opponent do the mistakes.
Quick raise with a nuts,
Yeah.
zip of beer, and life is beautiful. Yeah.
And that must be annoying if you're Yari. It turns so much equity, and you just do not expect your opponent to go all in that often, and it just gets instantly pushed off your equity there. 13 minutes until the end of this level, after which we're gonna go on a small break. But during that 30 minutes, guys, go over to your Coolbet Poker clients. Find the Coolbet Open free roll. We are giving away 500 euros for you guys just for watching the stream. So use the password Finland. Use the password, enter the tournament. First place takes home a 200 euro tournament ticket. So you can turn the 200 euros to anything. I mean, a boat's a boat, but 200 euros, it could be anything. And if that's not enough, you can use the promo code CBO22 for a €5 free bet on your choosing. And if you want to play some slots, use the promo code Pharaoh and you get 10 free spins on Doom of Egypt. Couple of strong hands here. Pocket tens, raise it up. Ace, queen, call.
Fold, 5 fold, 6 1. Heads up.
So we're gonna see heads up.
Ooh, that might be trouble. I mean, that's definitely trouble for Renato.
It's
But
GG Renato, I think.
That's what I think as well. Renato just calling with a very strong hand as well. I mean, there must be. I mean, what could happen for Renato to fall here? I mean, there has to be something like check on a turn, maybe.
Let's see how Susanna decides to play this hand. Like, okay, makes a really fast bet on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Renato, that's the thing with ace queen. You cannot play, but at some point you start to think like, it's not to say that Renato should fold this hand, but if your opponent is leading out and just showing a lot of strength, it's not too many worse hands that Susanna is gonna go all in there with.
Susanna decides not to take the max value.
That's mercy from Susanna.
To leave her opponent crippled, bet for 5k, and Renato is left with not so much.
But to be fair, that's just a cooler.
Yeah.
I think Susanna would have done pretty much the same with ace-queen.
True.
Maybe ace-jack. But Susanna shouldn't wake up with like ace-8, ace-9 there too often to play like this. And those hands are not usually three street hands, so at some point you're gonna see Susanna check there. It's yeah. But the 5k on the river, it's just, I mean, yeah, leaves Renato alive. But I mean, of course, we've seen crazier stuff. We don't know. Maybe Susanna sometimes just kind of value blocks there with king queen. But you know, I've seen so many crazier stuff. But it kind of sucks to call there with ace queen. But you have to do it.
And Lund wakes up with ace jack and comes in with a raise. Susanna with a more beautiful ace jack.
Now we get to maybe get to see how Susanna does play the ace jack. Very small 3-bet to 2000 and voila, yeah. I mean, it looks good, but it doesn't look that good if it's a raise from undergun +1 and 3-bet from undergun +2. But it's, again, it's such a small 3-bet, and that is even more annoying because you have to fold to such a small 3-bet with king queen suited.
Very annoying, but what can you do really there? You're not gonna jam, you're not gonna call with this stack. I mean, nothing really to do. I'm not sure if they have seen, the players have seen what those small 3-bets have meant so far. Have they seen the showdowns? But
let's see if Susanna is gonna continue to get the pressure on, because 5,000, and that is definitely gonna take this one away. Susanna has turned on another gear, it seems like. something to definitely remember from the players if they're gonna get information from the stream or something 30 minutes from now, that super fast 5K from Susanna was a bluff. Do you have any information how many cash game tables we had running yesterday, or?
I have no such information right now, but I think there was a table running the whole night, and like finished maybe like 1 p.m. or something.
If I arrived here, and I arrived there a little before 3, and there were already quite a few tables running. I saw Sigmund playing with a very healthy stack, and it seemed like he was had been playing for a while. And I mean, the stacks are gonna get deep. I'm guessing the game was something like 5-10, and the stacks were like at least 10k deep. So
yeah, so there's 24/7 some game going on here.
yeah, so
Why
if
not?
you want some cash game action, tournaments are not for you, then join us here. We're at Hilton Hotel and Casino, the staple casino here in Estonia, actually, where most of the big events usually take place in. And another couple of strong hands about to collide.
Let's see what Lund is going to do in this spot. I mean, there is a slight chance that he gets away from the ace queen, but
there is also a slight chance that he's gonna 4-bet.
that's also an opportunity.
But it's just gonna be a call.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be a call. The thing is, like, if there was people like what Lund just did, pushed in 4 chips worth 5,700, that should be actually like considered a call. If you're just learning poker, if you're thinking that is considered a raise, actually. If you put in a single chip, then it's always a call without saying anything. But if you put in more than 1 chip and you don't say anything and they amount to more than a min raise should be, then it's automatically considered a raise. Luckily for him, nobody called him out for it, and it's usually not in good taste to do it. But it's definitely reasonable for somebody to say that should be a raise.
This bet from Algirdas should really finish the hand, which it does, yeah.
Yeah. So 6 more minutes. 6 more minutes until we're gonna go on a short break. Day 1B on Coolbet Open, 311 entries thus far throughout this day. We are playing level 6 of day 1B. So added together, it should be approximately 500 players total at the moment.
Yeah, that's a lot of entries we have on the day
awesome.
B. That's awesome, yeah.
That is super awesome, I agree.
5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold.
Jari with a queen 10 off from the small blind.
Jari has dwindled down quite a bit. He's down to 12.3k. He's lost a lot of those small pots, but it seems like he's gonna win a small one this hand though.
I hope he chips up. He deserves some chips after his courage with bluffing. I like that.
Are you a big bluffer yourself? Like, were you considered at the table as one of the like crazy guys, or one of those?
I think
like,
I'm capable, but I'm not gonna say much more.
Okay. I was just wondering what your image was like among your peers.
It depends, I think.
The fact that you're like encouraging bluffing that much, it means that you have a bluffer's heart in you.
I really like to see that.
Yeah.
It's the fun part of poker.
True. And Sigurdsson Christian, he's our chip leader at the moment.
He's
Is
been
that
quiet,
correct?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 73.7k. It's actually Aziger Lund with 81k, but Sigurdsson, it's been a roller coaster for him, but after he's quieted down, he's chipped up a little bit here and there, and now he's up to 73,000.
Sigurdsson is enjoying life with a stack. Doesn't want to lose it with a stupid decision or something. So let him enjoy it a little bit.
Yeah, definitely let him enjoy it.
Six raise 1,000. 7 fold.
So we see pocket nines from Ilva.
8 fold. 9 fold.
It's a couple of folds. Folded all the way to big blind, and I think it's going to be folds all around. No, small blind called actually. Lund loves to play his big stack and flops quite good. Nines are dead though. 9 would be an action turn.
But 1-1.
And it seems like Lund instantly calls here.
You can see it's almost a coin flip here with Jack high against 2 pair. But Lund can hit an ace, Jack 10 to take the lead, and that is a Jack on the river. And that's gonna probably go check, yeah.
Unlucky for Ilva.
Yeah, a 9 would have been sick there. But luckily she kept the pot small and just lost the small pot, so nothing too bad. Still hovering around the starting stack from which she entered the table with. Lina is gonna get rid of her 3 2s. And we are at the it's either the last or the second to last hand before we go on a break.
I actually heard a story today from one table that the guy called in with his starting stack with a 3-2 off. So there has to be plenty of action around the area.
That is crazy, and that usually happens when Nordic players join here in Estonia. I really love I mean, we were talking with JJ yesterday, and he's a Post-elimination Omaha player, right? And he's known in UK as one of the more aggressive players and stuff like that. And when he played in Norway or Sweden, I think. He was the 7th most aggressive player at his table, and they were playing 7-handed. So it's like it's a completely different vibe of or style of play with Nordic players, and very much enjoyable.
It's fun to see, definitely.
Yeah.
But this should be the end of the hand, as actually takes it down with a top pair, top kicker.
He does, and we're gonna head to the final hand of this level. Next level will be 300 and 600, but we're gonna continue 2 and 4 this hand. We're gonna get rid of those beautiful green chips as well. Those are worth 25, and we don't need them anymore. So the last hand of the level, let's see who manages to win this one. Or are we gonna see any more fireworks right at the end? Once we come back, we're gonna remain on the same table, since it is quite an interesting table to look at. A couple of different styles, nice aggressive players.
We are waiting for Christian to wake up.
Here he is. He has woken up and he is ready for some action. And the Ari Borka right after him wakes up with ace-jack. He's gonna make just a call. So are we gonna see the flop heads up? No, we are not, because Renato has shown. Oh, Renato just has 3k behind, so Renato should go all in here with his pocket sixes, right?
I'm really expecting him to go all in, and actually Christian might Yari has a small stack. Yeah, I'm
Renato
very...
still calls.
Okay.
Renato still calls. Leaves himself with 2.1k behind. I would have really loved to see him just try and isolate some players and go all in there.
Renato decides that it's time to go and go for a set mine.
And that is a good board for a couple of the players. I know two players who it's not good for, but I know it's good for Christian Sigurdsson, flopping bottom pair and a flush draw. But Jari Borka flops a top pair with a jack kicker.
Yeah, whatever he does here, Christian is committed here with a pair and a flush draw.
Christian is not going anywhere. Not going anywhere with a hand the strongest pair and a flush draw. No way, no how. But it's a decision time for Jari. Does he call? Yeah, I was expecting that from him. He loves to make those shoves once he's made a hand post flop. That's an all-in and a call, and let's see if Jari Borka can actually double up to over starting stack. The last hand of the level.
It's a very close one here.
7 or a club, so 58% to double up here to 30.4k.
Unfortunately for Christian, 2 6s were folded.
That's true, 2 6s were folded. But 7 still remains, and that is the nail in the coffin almost.
Unless an ace
hits sealed though. And needs it on a river, and it's not 7%, it's 5%, and cannot do it, cannot hit it. 2 pair 8s and 7s and aces against 3 of a kind. And we lose Jari Borka from the feature table, but the rich get richer, and the Icelandic streamer adds another 15,000 to his stack. We're gonna go on a short break. Don't go anywhere. You can see we will be back in 17.5 minutes with more action.
See you soon.
Ciao.
Is mine?
3. No, it's change 4. It's at 9. 3.
3 here.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Always love the surprise of the stream starting 30 minutes before. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and as Thomas was saying, welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Tallinn Hilton Park and Hotel, and this is day 1B. Day 1B of Coolbet Open. We have already more than 500 entries to this tournament. Buying for this tournament was 550 euros. My name is Christian Laas, and I am joined by none other than Oit-Karli Toome.
Hello from me.
Oit-Karli, if you don't know us, then I'm way more to say about Oit-Karli. Oit-Karli is the reigning champion here in Coolbet Open Tallinn. Did not play this time. Instead, he's helping me out here in the booth and helping the tournament be organized in a well and smooth running way. And we jump into the action straight away with Pocket Kings 3-betting the 10-7 of Lund here. And Valaya takes this one away. I mean, we've seen it's been pretty action-heavy table. I've been enjoying watching this table, and as the blinds go up, I think it's the decisions are gonna be even more difficult and crucial. And the blinds are now 300, 600. We're still playing very deep stack poker, but I mean, as we get closer to the end of the day. Those 3-bet pots and every single pot these players play are going to be more significant. Players can re-enter until the end of day 1, so still chances to join the tournament or re-enter should you get unlucky and bust. And I personally very much love the fact that re-entries have become the new norm in tournaments. Freeze-outs suck. Just not much more to say. I mean, you just get one chance, and I mean, yeah. Renato goes all in with Queen 10, and should he get called by Valaya here from the small blind, then he's gonna be in very bad shape to stay in this tournament. Puts all in his last 7 big blinds, and Valaya is gonna isolate. He's gonna reshove all in with his Queen Jack suited, and he's gonna find out that he's gonna be in great shape.
Very unfortunate for the Queen 10 off there to run into
dominating hand, yeah.
Queen Jack.
Let's see, still has 27%. Today, from what we've seen, 20-something% has been the nuts. Let's see if 27% can make it happen one more time. Needs to hit a 10 to stay alive. Off to the flop. Quite a safe one for Queen Jack. Couple of diamonds in there, so can hit running diamonds now. 3 or a 4 is not a bad turn card either, but that is a 7 of hearts, so now a 10 and a 10 only would help him. And that is a 9 of spades on the river, and that means we lose Renato from Italy. He can still re-enter though, so I mean, might as well put the last chips in and come back in for another 30k. Starting tag for this tournament was 30,000.
GG Renato, very unfortunate for him, but that's how sometimes poker is.
Yeah, lost majority of his stack with Bluffing top pair, very strong kicker. Ace Queen against pocket 10s and an Ace 10 export, and run out didn't really favor him as well. Couldn't get away from it and was left with just a couple big blinds, and there you have it.
Yeah.
Have to take the risks. Biggest stacks off the table belong to seat 7 and seat 9 from Iceland and Norway respectively.
Seat 9, very strong.
And that means we continue on this feature table for the time being 7-handed. The day one at least has been mostly played 9-handed, so we should expect to see someone joining this feature table sooner rather than later.
Ilva with the ducks on the big blind, definitely gonna call and try to hit the deuce on the flop.
And the blinds actually are 300, 600, not 2 and 4, as the system is saying at the moment, just for the fusion. But that is a good board for Queen Jack. Can probably take this one away with a c-bet of 1.5k. Surprisingly enough, Ilva is actually calling here.
Does Ilva have some sort of a plan here?
Yeah, maybe that plan includes trying to hit the deuce on a turn, maybe trying to get this one away on a later street. Wouldn't be surprised to see Lund check this one behind one more time, but Lund keeps the pressure on. Not really I mean, I know that mostly I'm checking behind here with Queen Jack, but keeps the pressure on. Doesn't let Ilva try and take this one away on the river. And Ilva loses another small one, now down to 25.5, but still she joined this table with approximately 30,000 or approximately the starting stack, so hasn't lost too much of it, less than 10 big blinds, as the blinds are. And if you want to join our free roll is starting in less than an hour. In less than an hour, we are giving away tickets worth 500 euros. And to join the free roll, you need to have your Coolbet Poker client. If you enjoy playing on your PC, you can download it on your PC. You can also play it on your phone, as I did yesterday. I downloaded the Coolbet Poker app on my phone and played the free roll. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it to the money, but anyway, the first place from the free roll gets a 200 euro tournament ticket, which you can use on a Sunday main event.
I saw a couple of pair of aces there.
Yeah, that's what I saw as well, and I also see some sevens raising. So Susanna is one of those players who I actually expect to call with sevens there, but I don't know why do I expect that though.
I think it's very, very possible. Let's see.
Let's see. It's a 3-bet to 5.5k, so Lena actually chooses a large sizing there. Puts in about 20% of her stack, and Susanna does call. So there's already 12,500 in the middle, and Lena is hoping for no 7. Anything else is fine for her on this flop. That is another sick flop for pocket sevens, calling a 3-bet when you don't really have equity to call for a set, and it's Susanna leading out for 5,000. Blue chips are worth 5,000 each, and if I'm Lena, again, one more time, as we said before, I'm just calling that bet, and I love this call. Keeps all her opponent's bluffs in her hands, as well as just, you know, sometimes you want to call there with ace-king and so on, etc. So she is keeping her and her opponent's ranges wide, which you want to do with aces. Faces a bet of 10,000, goes all in for the rest of it. 18,700, and now if I'm Susanna, I'm not loving it. You're getting ridiculous pot odds to call. You're getting more than 6 to 1, 6.5 to 1 almost. But at the same time, you must know that it's very likely you're behind.
You're never good with sevens here.
Yeah, it was just a snap ball in there from Lena. And Lena is like not snap ball in with. Let's try to think of hands that Lena might go all in there that you can beat. Maybe something like, I don't know, 4s or 3s, but she's never like snap shoving there, and she's always behind. But she's gonna end up making the call, and she's going to need to hit the 7 on the river, or else Lina will double up one more time. Can she hit the 7? No, close.
Close one, yeah.
But that is not a cigar. That is 2 pairs, 7s and 6s against aces and 6s, and Susanna loses a big one there. She's left with definitely not just 9.6k. You can see she has plenty of those blue chips worth 5,000 each, plenty of those yellow chips worth 1,000 each. But the story is Lina doubling up one more time. She has doubled up twice in the past 5 hands now. And she is up to 60,000 in chips, and she is looking very healthy with that chip stack. Average stack at the moment is 40,000.
So far we've seen those small 3-bet sizings, but this time we see Lina going bigger, and the result is the same. I mean, she got the call and got the action, so very good proof why those bigger 3-bet sizings are working perfectly.
Yeah, you want to get some value from your B, as well as sometimes you want to be 3-bet bluffing. Plus, you want to have some fold equity as well. If you just 3-betting with strong hands, it's not gonna be super tough to play against you. So you're gonna want to protect your bluffs with your strong hands. Lina gets her double up and straight up goes in to share the good news with her fan club, which I believe there are plenty here. Level 7 of this day 1B. We are playing 10 levels today, so after that 3 more levels. And
nice to see Christian back in the game, enjoying beer.
Yep. Back in the game with 7-5 suited.
Yeah.
As well, so 3 ways to the flop. Queen, 5 and an 8. So Christian does take the lead with his pair of 5s. And everybody else checks it around. So deuce of clubs gives a couple of draws there. Ilva now with a straight draw and an overcard with the ace. Only player with a club is the king 10, but that already hits a muck.
Nice bet by Christian there. I mean,
so just 1k into 4.5k, and that.
If he gets like king 10 off with a club to fold there, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, it's a really good result. That's the power of those small bets sometimes.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of small bets, to be honest. Like, it doesn't. I mean, it's just so relevant of the board as well. When to bet small, when to bet big. But in general, I'm a huge fan of small bets.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the king 10 off should call there, but it's just this equity that Christian is killing when he's betting there.
You can put your opponents in a cage with a small bet. Like the small bet in some situations does the same job. It's like you have to figure out what hands you're targeting to get folds from.
Yeah.
And those hands, like what's the heat that they can take. Ilva now jack 9 suited, looking good with that hand, so she's gonna come in with a raise to 1.5. 1.3, sorry. And definitely gonna see at least a call from pocket 6s, so we see exactly that. That's the interesting thing in poker sometimes. A hand like Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited is a very powerful hand in a sense that you can see pre-flop. It's just a Jack high against the pair, but it's still mathematical favorite.
It
and
is,
it's the best hand to have, like when you're playing against pocket aces, and so on. But that is a set of 6s for Lund here. And Lund is probably gonna raise. Makes a small raise. 3.5k and snap fold from Ilva. Shows the 6s as well.
Nothing you can do there when you're Ilva there with a jack high.
Jack high, yeah. Not even 1 diamond.
But I like the check raise with the 6s.
Yeah, me too. Basically any hand against that sizing that contains at least one heart is probably gonna peel one off.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get some value with your raises.
I wonder if we are getting a player to seat number 2, or are we gonna play 8-handed?
We did have seat number 8 filled up, so we have a new player. Let's see if he's gonna come in firing from the button as well.
He looks aggressive.
It looks like someone who's come here to play, I agree. Ace Queen, Ilva one more time goes to war. Gets a snap call from a new player with King 10. So a new player is Mikael Kansikas from Finland.
Straight to the action with a pretty good-looking Broadway combo.
Yeah, and he brings about 28,000 to the table, so a bit under the average stack, but still healthy enough. So heads up to the flop. He has the position against Ilva, and Ilva hasn't flopped too well, to be fair with you. She has missed quite a few of those odds that she's played, and it's not looking good for her again. She's still ahead with Ace Queen, but Mika flops a straight draw, 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw, and that backdoor flush draw now turns into a flush draw. Ace Queen, though, still ahead. Interesting to see if Ilva is going to call a bet here from Mikael. Mikael bets quite large, but after the flop goes check, check, is Ilva gonna peel one off here and try to reevaluate on a river, possibly call it off on a brick river? Should have board pair on the river, something like 6, 7, 9, 3. That is a 3 of clubs, and we are gonna get our answer. Ilva is probably going to check it over to Mika one more time.
I have the feeling that Ilva is going to pay off the river and win the hand.
Let's see, that is a huge bet as well. That is something we've seen quite a lot from the players. Put the chips in and instantly look away from the opponent.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I'm thinking, like, what exactly is he representing with this big bet? Like, he's checked behind the flop. That doesn't mean he doesn't have sets, and he starts to barreling on a 3 and a 3. And is he representing like a quad threes?
Quad threes, yeah.
Because he's never betting this amount with pocket 5s or pocket 8s or any pairs. So I think it's a little bit sizing mistakes what he's doing here. And yeah, it's a good call. I really like it.
Beautiful call from Ilva there, and that picks off a bluff, and I really like your analysis there. That it's very difficult to put your opponent on a strong hand in a situation like that, and you need to make those hero calls in a situation when a story doesn't make sense. It usually is like sometimes you run into quads, but that's basically the only hand.
Yeah, that's the one combo, and yeah, I really like the call. Well played, Ilva.
The thing is that very aggressive play from Mikael that works quite often actually, because people, they tend to not analyze the situation as much as the bet in front of them.
Yeah.
If somebody bets big, then must have a good hand. But in that situation, it was very hard for Mikael to represent anything big. So he decided to just like, I'm gonna bet large and hope my opponent falls.
Yeah, that's what happened. If you would bet there like 1/3 or half pot, the story would make so much more sense. He can represent like 5s and 8s and...
Yeah, like a lot more value hands there.
Yeah.
I agree with him.
Ilva gets a reward for this great call and picks up pocket kings here.
So she does, and instantly gets a call from Sigurdsson's 7s.
And Lina also with a nice looking hand from the big blind. Jumps. That's unfortunate for Ilva. I mean, that's the board you really don't want to see, but it looks like she's continuing betting.
Which I don't mind at all, like a small bet with pocket kings as a continuation bet there. is definitely good. Everybody has a little something and nobody's folding.
Ilva is for sure thinking that someone must have an ace here, but
yeah, after getting called twice on a fairly dry board, at
Yeah.
least an ace.
Check. It's 7 checks.
I wonder if it's gonna go check through, and Ilva is definitely gonna be happy to see that her hand is still good there.
Line must be thinking that her 6 is never good. So actually, like, I would really like to see if she would bet here on the river and turns his 6 into a bluff, but she's not. And let's see if Christian thinks if his 7s are good. He does.
Yeah, he does, and Ilva gets the good news. That is kind of a gift should you get called twice on a flop there.
Yeah,
And just,
she wasn't expecting to win this hand, I'm pretty sure.
Gets a round of congratulations for her hand as well. Everybody recognizes the niceness of the kings.
Yeah.
I was just looking around during the break how many cash game tables we have open right now, and it seems like we have 4 cash game tables open at the moment, but it's still early days, and I'm expecting today or tonight to be the busiest cash game evening of them all, because I think most of the players who made the trip here in Estonia are still here. If you busted, you can still spend the night and play the cash games, and maybe tomorrow some of the players are starting to leave, but not too many of them. So I'm guessing today we're gonna have 10 plus cash game tables open as well.
And the weekend will be also very, very busy in terms of cash games and all the other things you can do in the casino.
In the cash, oh yeah, the weekend is just starting, so
Yeah.
the action is not gonna quiet down anytime soon. I'm thinking about, like, I want to play one of the side events, as I said yesterday as well. So I'm thinking about, should I do it today or tomorrow? Probably tomorrow, though.
And Susanna decides to not 3-bet with ace queen, if I'm correct. She has 6.6k only.
But we just figured it out last time that it must be a mistake. She should have something like 30k.
Okay, but still.
Yeah. She had quite a few of those blue chips left after losing that big one, so I think it's a mistake on our part. But it's 5 ways to the flop. Put an action flop in there. 3-3-7. Pocket 6 is still ahead. Pocket 6 is still ahead. Ace 4 with a flush draw.
I like the shove from Mikael.
Love it. Just take the equity. If you're gonna get called, you're probably gonna have quite a few outs. This one might take this one down fairly often as well.
6 is from the next position. I mean,
3 players had to act behind as well.
It's not a. I think it's a fold, and
definitely. I mean, if you're the last, he's still shoving into 4 other players, and you have 3 players to left behind. I mean, I think it's a fairly standard fold there.
And he's also the pre-flop aggressor, which means he has all the high pocket pairs in his range, and
so he does. But Lund is thinking this one through.
It's gonna be a fold.
Looks to the cameras for help. Does get 0 from the camera crew.
He's unhappy, but he has to fold.
Yeah. So ace queen is gonna fold as well. I'm wondering if Valaya will actually, or Axeli will actually end up calling there. Now he's the last one to close the action.
I think it's extremely tough to even call with 4s there.
Oh, definitely. Definitely tough.
I think it's a fold.
Another situation where you're like, at best, like in a dream scenario, you have like 30%. But like mostly, when you don't have 30%, you're either flipping or you're like way behind.
Yeah, well played by Mikael.
Yeah. Mikael is not afraid from what we've seen from him thus far.
So my read was right that we have an aggressive player at the table.
Yeah.
Although I've never played with him, I think.
Do you remember how many entries were there the year you won Coolbet Open Tallinn?
I think 400 something.
400 something?
Yeah.
So we've already crushed it
Yeah, I think we have a potentially new record-breaking event, but let's see. And,
to be fair,
not 100% sure yet.
To be fair, we did wait more than 2 years for it.
Yeah.
So players were anxious for it, and I'm happy that they did show up.
I mean, keep those rebuys going, keep the game up.
Yeah, let's make it 100K for the winner.
That would be nice.
That would be absolutely sick. So let's see how many chips does she have. She has 20,000 in blue chips and about 7,000, 9,000 more. So she has approximately 30,000. And actually hasn't folded the queen jack yet. Against the hijack open, queen jack, it kind of gets tempting to call from the small blind, but he does fold.
But the Lithuanian should find the defend from the big blind.
Yes, Algirdas is gonna at least call there, and he will. His ace-10 off. And, another set for the small pocket pair here. We've seen it happen quite often today.
Susanna, I think, is betting like 1.5 there.
Exactly 1.5, and he's gonna get floated. Algirdas definitely, he can hit a king, jack, ace, or 10 to add some equity, and that is the jack of clubs. And of course, if the runout would be jack or a king, jack king, that would be the sickest thing ever for pocket fives.
3K bet on the turn.
Kind of small bet. Algirdas now, if you call on a flop, like it can't really start folding now, but we'll see. Maybe Algirdas even is thinking about a sneaky little raise here.
I think Algirdas might think that like ace is also one out for him, and like ace is a king, and maybe he can rep the diamonds there. I don't know, but it's kind of sucks the situation. I mean, I don't mind the fold, but yeah.
He does call the flop and folds to the second barrel, so doesn't want to give anything extra away. But is it just a matter of re-evaluating, thinking that your opponent might give up and you might steal it away on the river?
Yeah, you maybe the turn goes check and you're like good with your ace highs, and
you basically calling for value for ace high there.
Yeah, I think it's too often. It's like your ace high is just too good to instantly like fold it. I mean, yeah, of course it would be better if he had like a diamond to go with it, but I don't mind the
Okay, cool.
Call on the flop.
Cool.
Especially opponents who like who are c-betting like too much.
Also, I'm sure our Swedish viewers are super happy to know that Sweden is playing Canada at the moment, and Sweden is crushing Canada in ice hockey. 3-1 is the score. Ace king though for Mikael. So third hand.
And we see fives again.
Yeah. And let's see if Ilva can also flop a set of fives. As has happened so many times. Not the best board to flop a set though. No pair to be seen for Mikael.
And Mikael decides to c-bet here, which I really wouldn't do myself, but
I agree. This is the kind of board you want to check back quite often as a early position raiser. And Ilva just calls. And turns quads, the daily quads for Ilva. And this should go check now, right? No, it does not. Mikael now thinking that the 5 coming on a turn makes it less likely that his opponent has the set. So if you're Ilva, like, is there any chance you're shoving there?
Let's see the acting skills. I'm not sure. Like, looks like Mikael's stack is not like. She does put him in, but
I mean, it kind of looks weaker to shove there. I'm not sure if weaker or, but maybe you just think your opponent has committed himself, and it's better to get it in now than rather than something like a 9 coming on the river and something like pocket queens checking it back on the river.
Mikael might also think now that he maybe has the odds to call maybe against a pair or something like a king 7 or whatever 7x, like he's in good shape and he can call it off. And he does call it off.
And see the quads of Ilva Torstut.
I'm happy for Ilva, nice hand.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I do love the shove all in. You can see even ace-king they ended up calling there.
Yeah.
And even though you do have the quads, it's like...
What are we waiting for?
Yeah, it's better like if you kind of have a feeling or you know that your opponent is committed, so...
Yeah, exactly. You know that over pairs are like any pairs probably not going to fold anyway. And if ace highs are going to end up calling you, then I mean it's definitely better to go all in.
And there was a possibility, as we see that the river is like a 7 or something.
Exactly, that completely might kill the action.
And I mean, if you are Mikael, you are just checking maybe behind your aces on the river, and you're not getting like the maximum value with 5. So yeah, I agree with this.
And if that 7 doesn't kill your action and your opponent has the 9 in his hand, then he's gonna call the turn all in.
Yeah.
With the 9. Shortest stack. We don't. I think it's actually Akseli Valaja. But he still has more than 30 big blinds, so plenty of playing room. You can see that Lund is still our biggest stack with 91.4k, and Lund has been in the mix quite a lot. He's been playing quite a few hands, but the pots don't tend to go that big when he's behind. King 9 for the Lithuanian who started the stream by seemingly not losing any hands at all. But now he's been struggling a bit. He's still not super short, but he's having to fight for every single pot he's played, and he's gonna have to fight for this one as well, since Christian did call him with 3-4, and none of the players flopped a pair. And by checking that flop behind, that gives Christian a chance to try and steal this one away. And so he does, makes it 1.3 thousand. And do you start calling with king high now? Yes, you do. You do call, and I would really like to see Christian barrel this if the river is something like a queen, jack, 9, 7, 6.
6 is a very, very nice river card to continue betting. I mean, he made a bunch of 2 pairs, some straights. He still has everything that's on the board. And if I'm the Lithuanian Algirdas, I'm really like following the river here. I mean, it's, in my opinion, definite. And against this sizing, I mean, he decides to raise, or what? I mean, it's a clear fault for me.
Yeah, he does fold. But we see one more time that a Christian goes for quite a bit smaller sizing when he bluffs on the river. It's just something interesting to note. If he does it all the time, but just a little something that I've noticed. But I do like this bet by Christian. I do like this sizing actually in overall sizing. I think you don't have to go super large there, and you're targeting ace and king highs anyway.
Yeah. So
against ace and king's highs, then I think 2.5 is a pretty good sizing there. By betting there, you're not expecting a 10 or an 8 to fold.
And he has absolutely everything on this board, so
yeah,
it's I think I would even fold the king 9 on the turn there, to be honest.
that's same here.
Yeah.
Just not too many uncomfortable rivers.
But well played, Christian, again. Nice to see him
Keeps on
back,
keeping on, yeah.
winning the pots.
And from what we've seen is if he's winning the pots, then he gets a bit more open and looser, and it's more viewer-friendly for everybody to see.
Yeah, but he kind of was shut down for some period of time, but now he's back.
He's back
again.
And it's been working out for him. This a little bit tighter side of him.
Yeah.
It's he's chipping up and he's doing good. Queen 10 against ace deuce on a king 6 should. I mean, depending on the size, I wouldn't be surprised if Lund is gonna peel one off here. But check is somewhat understandable as well. So another check from Lund. Let's see if Oxley wants to kind of fire at his on a turn. He can definitely still have some kings that check back the flop. But he gonna put protection slash value slash just see where I'm at bet there with 1.5k and gets rid of the queen 10. So I like the play. Continuation betting on pair boards. Pair boards are definitely good boards to check back a lot of hands anyway. I mean, these are the boards where you're gonna get played back at so often because it's less likely than either of the players did hit this board and so on. So
especially like see many players like checking back over pairs there.
Yeah.
Like for example, you get this Jack 4 board and you have aces or kings, and it's nice sometimes to just check back and like keep the pot under control and you're most of the time you're just calling off anyway the turn and the river bets from your opponent.
Yeah, plus pair boards are rarely. Of course, there are situations where there are 3 street hands, but they are rarely 3 street hands for over pairs or 2 pair types of hands. So you need to figure out which streets are the best way for you to
exactly like that's the thing you need to figure out, like which street am I not betting or like pot controlling, and why not to do it on the flop.
Yeah, and more likely to be ahead when the chips go in as well.
So let's see the power of 3 betting, which should get Susanna to fold her ace queen. So far it's been like this, but now
she does make the call.
She does make the call, and
but still the power of 3 betting, because if there's no ace or queen, it's gonna be tough to play the ace queen.
Yeah, but the thing is, the 7s will also, I think, will come into the mix because the bot is so juicy now, and it's just difficult to start bluffing with ace jack here. So I'm interested to see how this hand will be played out.
Yeah, we're gonna see a flop. The flop might decide for us, but if the flop is kind of bricky, then indeed there are some tough decisions for these players.
Very, very interesting hand, and the stack sizes here are also like, okay.
Ooh, I don't know what I'm moving for. If it's the amount of pizzas that just brought for us, or the flop, because that's a set of 7s for the Oxley now, and Oxley is feeling great because Lund is betting into him.
Oxley is just loving his life at the moment. Like he had to call the 3-bet and got the reward.
Yes. I mean, this is where you're like, it's kind of all you're thinking is the Vegas and the fucking Mirage, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's 27,000 in the middle. You're just praying for your opponent to bet one more time.
And
that might be it. That might be the turn where Lund is bluffing.
That's the
Yes, it is. Gets snap call, but Lund actually has some equity now.
4 queens.
Flop, he was almost dead, but now there's 3 queens left because one of them was folded. But yes, Let's see if Lund can really deliver a bad beat to Akseli Valaja.
I'm not blaming Lund for making this kind of a play also, like especially like flop is questionable, but once you get this turn, I mean, there's nothing nothing you can do.
Yeah, the problem is after you get called on a flop, you're like,
yeah,
you feel super bad, but if you add equity, you're still like, you're praying that sometimes maybe I'm against like sixes that might fall, jack nine, I don't know, 6-8.
Nice hands.
As it is, it's not a queen on the river, meaning that Akseli Valaja, who was playing quite quiet for a while, now doubles up to 55,000, and our chip leader hits the first bump on the road by losing this 55,000, but still at a healthy stack with 64,300. But we don't have any massive stacks comparing to the average stack anymore. I think the biggest stack is close to 70,000. Average stack in the tournament is 43,000, meaning that we might get to see, like, as the blinds go up, quite a bit of action as well.
Christian, the chip leader.
Yeah, Christian is the chip leader. Christian Sigurdsson from Iceland.
The streamer.
Yeah, with 70.7 thousand. And Akseli Valaja, very healthy now. More than average chip stack, and just a dream scenario for you. Again, in a 3-bet pot against an aggressive opponent, you flop a set, it just basically let your, as the like chefs say, let the knife do the work. It's like, let your opponent do the work. You don't have to press anything yourself. It's just, all you have to do is press
it's the best feeling in poker when you flop a set. I mean, it's
yeah, true. True.
6, 7, and 9 fall.
Algirdas with a pretty loose raise from early position, and we have a new player, Kalevi, at the table also, didn't we?
Seat number 2, you mean, then?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, Kalevi. So we lose one Finn, flying Finn, and we get replaced with a very similar looking another Finnish player. And he looks like he came to play. I learned it from you last time. If a player looks like this, is it? No, it's not the same player, right?
No, they are very similar, but yeah.
So Kalevi enjoying a glass of. In that glass, I know exactly what they serve. It's Blanc, a Kronenburg Blanc, and that is the magic field to get things going at the table. What's the longest session you've ever put on playing poker, live or online?
I think definitely over 24 hours.
Like straight up playing?
Yeah, it was live. But I think it was like around 24 hours I've been playing, yeah.
Like nowadays for me it's just super tough to go for those long
not capable
sessions.
also for these anymore, but yeah, like 10 years ago.
Still in live poker I can play for way longer than I can, but like online I start to get fatigue after like 5-6 hours already. That's crazy.
Online, to play online in 24 hours in 2022, I think it's not possible.
And not healthy as well. I agree with you. But yeah, when I was younger, in my early 20s or late teens, I remember like I had like the craziest, like 70-hour session.
70-hour session?
Yes, it was 70 hours heads-up session as well. But to be fair, it was there was a lot of strong coffee involved. So we did get some help, but it was crazy. We played 1-2 game that one of the players, my opponent, ended up losing 100k, and so it was a 1-2 game. It was Kronas back then, but still. So it was a 10-cent, 20-cent game that
Looks an interesting game.
that went 10,000 euros deep. So it was a crazy time, man. I can't remember any hands anyway. But I can't even remember how do you get like 100,000 big blinds deep in a game like this, or 50,000 big blinds.
There has to be a donator in the game, that's for sure.
I mean, I'm guessing the raises were just like 50 big blinds and so on. Do not really remember.
Seat 2 fold. Seat number 5, 6-3 fold.
Blinds have gone up. It's 400 and 800, and meaning that everybody gets just a tad bit shallower. The action, the stacks might go in just a little bit more likely, but it's top pair for Algridas, and he's gonna check this one back. Against the
you want to sometimes check those top pairs behind, and the weaker kicker you have, the more you should do it.
Yeah,
and
he does get a bet of 1,000 out from his opponent, but Axel he's not drawing there. Axel did flop the flush draw, so Axel bets 1,000 and gets raised. Gets raised by Algirdas, and snap folds the flush draw. What do you think about folding? Of course, the board pairs, but...
I mean, I don't understand the raise really, because the big blind has so much more, like 3x in his range. So...
Maybe, well, I'm kind of like, it's always fascinating to me to get inside a player's head and try to think of what was the reasoning behind it. For me, it's like, maybe he was just like kind of trying to get value plus protect and get a cheap showdown.
Yeah, probably. But if I'm like, if I'm the player in the big blind, I'm really like, if I'm analyzing the hand, I might like just come over the top even in these kind of spots. I mean, because it was a flush draw board, and I'm not expecting my opponent to check back like 2 pairs or sets in this board. So, I mean, it's definitely like an interesting spot to do something there, other than folding. But I'm not.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with him. And obviously, the small raise on the turn worked because it kind of handcuffed the flush draw, and you just protected for quite cheap. Did I just see Jack 10 suited open folding?
I didn't see that.
I think it was Jack 10 of hearts that open folded. But
that's unfortunate.
I might have seen wrong, but it's if it was the case, that's the crime against humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, 18 minutes until the free buy starts, or free roll starts. The password for the free roll is Finland, capital letter F. Finland. We are giving away 500 euros to our viewers today, plus the €5 free bet using the promo code CBO22, plus the 10 free spins in a slot game using the promo code Pharaoh. So if you're watching the stream, go ahead and treat yourself for a Coolbet free stuff, and definitely join the free roll. Let's see, I will do it myself. Again, if you don't have a PC with you, you can play on your phone even if you're on a go. Just open up your app or download the app first and log in and register with the password Finland. And this is gonna be my evening. This time I will win this one because I really want this 200 euro ticket that is gonna go to the winner of this free roll tournament. There's plenty of playing room. If you're watching this stream and you're thinking like, maybe you're not ready to invest money yourself, maybe you just want to try poker, you can try for free and you can win real money prizes. And you get quite a lot of stack here. We've started this free roll with 25, 50 blinds. You get 10,000 starting stack. You get to play quite a few hands, so why not try yourself for free?
Oh, sorry. 31-1.
So there's 2,000 in the middle every single hand without anyone putting any chips in, because we are playing 400, 800 with a big blind ante of another 800, meaning that the big player on the big blind has to put the ante for the rest of the table. This is to incentivize players to come in with raises and not just wait for good hand, because there's always money to be stolen away from, and that's Jack 10 flopping a pair of 10s and checking it over to Lund.
I like this check behind with Ace King here.
Exactly what we kind of similar situation where what we talked about a couple of minutes ago, with Ace King not hitting that board, or the early position raiser not hitting that board that often. And that is a open-ender and top pair betting into, and just, I mean, sometimes, exactly, this is the kind of situation where it's fine to just let go, because your opponent just dominates the board against you.
Nothing you can really do there.
So who do you think out of those players here, who has the biggest edge? Whose play have you enjoyed the most this far?
I'm gonna go with Axeli at this point. He's grinding the short stack, but it looks like I'm gonna give him the edge.
Not even the short stack anymore after doubling up. He's now in a healthy decision, and it looks like Axeli is actually... I agree with you there. I would have said that it seems like he has the nicest sizing, the most proper GTO style. But I still think that my man Christian from... just because we share the same name, and because he's a fellow streamer and he's from Iceland, I think he's going to end up with most amount of chips, but I do agree that Axeli is doing well at this table.
We can witness how our chosen guy Axeli is gonna play this King Jack Deuce 3-bet pot.
I expect a bet of like 4,000.
Yeah.
Maybe even a bit smaller, 3.5, 4,000. 3.1. I still don't mind it. Small bet on a board like this. Again, you could definitely bet small on a flop and try and size up on a turn if you need to. But I mean, I know there's plenty of players who would not have bet there, and who would not have even 3-bet pre-flop, and ends up winning a decent pot here.
But we haven't seen much from seat number 2, the Finnish guy.
That is true.
He haven't had any decent hands.
I'm not even sure how many chips he brought to the table.
Yeah, and he just joined. But I've been really impressed how our Norwegian streamer seat number 6 is playing.
Yes, I agree. Everyone is playing decently, actually. Our previous chip leader, seat 9 Lund, playing well. Seat 1 has had some tough breaks for her, but...
and also, yeah, the Lithuanian guy has his own game plan, so...
Yeah, everybody has a chance here. There's no like clear edge to be found,
so
to be fair. It's a matter of who executes their game plan the best. I guess everybody has a decent game plan in a situation like
but
this.
you made me to pick one guy,
course,
so I had to do it.
I always do it myself as well, because still, oh, there's a new player.
Seat number 8, we get a new player.
Excuse me?
Again, looks aggressive for me.
Oh yeah, definitely. And he kind of looks like he's from Estonia for some reason. He has this Estonian looking face. Let's see if he actually is from Estonia. Yesterday we had Igor Vihela Jr., who kind of looks very similar to this guy.
Yeah, I see some similarities here, for sure. But it's I don't recognize him, so
You know, me neither, actually.
yeah.
Me neither. If I had recognized, I would have already thought that.
I'm gonna
I'm
go
still
that
guessing.
he's from Finland as well.
Finland and Estonia are very similar,
Yeah.
but Estonians always recognize the Finns when they see them. To be fair.
So Axel opens the action up with a mystery hand,
Yes, he does.
and our guy Christian defends. Yeah.
We don't have the graphics because the graphics person is probably just inserting the new player to the table, so she doesn't have time. And yes, you are correct. It's Paulius from Finland, bringing approximately 40,000 to the table and coming in calling with Jack 4 suited from the big blind. No pairs.
Next time it's just when the new player is gonna wear the cap, you know, it's probably from Finland.
That's true. That's true if you look around it.
Actually hits the queen on the turn, and unfortunately
That should be it for
That
the
should be
hand.
it,
It's
yeah.
gonna be Axeli winning the hand. In one way or another, if it's gonna be on a turn, I don't know if it's gonna be on the river, but there is probably no chance that he's gonna get folded out of. Meaning that Christian hasn't folded it, or has he? Yeah, he will. And so will Paulius. And Axel is kind of on a small little roll here.
he was pretty short stack
He was
at one
like
point, yeah.
14, 13k, yeah.
Yeah.
So
And he's
he's
now
up to
over
60.
50, I think.
Average stack at the moment is 45,000. We started with 30,000, so we lost about 30% of the fields of day 1B. 354 entries, so way past the 500 entries total already. Yesterday, just to let the chat know as well. Yesterday, I got yelled at by the staff here in the casino because I left my pizza box here, and they were like, "Christian, this is the biggest casino. You can't leave your shit here." And now, we just got brought the pizza. We obviously not gonna eat it during the stream, and he just came through and saw the pizza box, and he was like, "What the hell's going on here?" So the struggles of of a commentator.
Christian picks up the blinds with a jack something suited. Well done by him.
Kalevi Maijala is under the gun, so Kalevi Maijala with 28.5 or 35 big blinds. He's gonna open up with 9-5. He's gonna open it with a fold, I'm sure. And Lena, she's played very well, picked her spots, and when the chips have gone in, she's been far ahead. Axel once more now. Pocket checks this time. Keeps the pressure on, and the rest of the table might be thinking like they don't want to let him start steamrolling over this table. So
Yeah, they might have the feeling that he's up to something now. But he's been playing pretty like ABC.
ooh, Susanne is just calling. Susanna is just calling with pocket tens. And if we see a low board here, this might be trouble for Susanna. That one saves her. That one might even make her win this spot. But I'm pretty sure this one... Let's see if Axel checks this one back.
I think he might put like one big blind or something.
He does exactly that. That looks like a bet of 800.
Yeah, that's
Boom. And that gets the job done. And kinda well played from Susanna, but kinda unfortunate for Axel to not win more there.
I don't study poker, so don't ask me.
But that is a kind of a new concept in tournament poker. There's one big blind bets, and they have found their spot in tournament, like high stakes poker player strategy.
Yeah, there are some board textures where where it does make a lot of sense, like where it's just the board is crushing the pre-flop raiser's range, and.
But it's something you never see in cash games. It's in cash games.
There is something. They are using also in cash games this type of strategy, like in some certain boards.
All right.
Example like monotone boards, which is like pretty much they are using on monoboards. This type of bet.
Like a queen, 10, 4 of hearts, just to get rid of your opponent's ace 7 of spades and the ranges like this.
Yeah, for example, it makes the work done.
Yeah.
5 range, 1 8, 6 4, 7 4, 8 9.
When was the last time you played a cash game session?
6 months ago. No, I've been playing live a few sessions.
Yeah, but mostly for fun, I guess, not to.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's for
you
money.
You still want to make money, yeah, but yeah, obviously.
It's like fun/money. I mean, that's how always live poker is.
But in terms of, I'm not asking about money here, but in terms of buy-ins, what's your biggest win in a single session in a cash game?
Not sure, to be honest. There has been a couple of good winnings, but...
Okay. Then I'm not gonna press anymore. Because I was just... why I asked it was why I wanted to brag. Last time I came here in Hilton Park, why you guys should come as well. I ended up winning 16 buy-ins in a, I think, 6-hour session or 7-hour session.
In a 2-2 game?
2-2 game, yes.
Well done.
I mean, the 2-2 game, it kind of gets crazy in weekends as well. So if you happen to run well in a crazy game and you're the one also giving action, then you might have those huge swings. Five minutes, ladies and gentlemen, until our free roll starts. My phone just let me know. Free roll password is Finland. Make sure to join. Let me just check how many players have registered already to our free roll. It's very simple to find. Just go to lobby, tournaments, show games, and you see it in there right away. At the moment, 182 entries, so 183, so nice. Come on, join us. Pocket aces there.
I think Christian had pocket aces which he 3-bet, or am I wrong? We need to see the graphics again, but there's definitely a raise in a 3-bet.
Yeah, there's
Christian,
a lot of yellow chips in there.
Christian takes it down.
So who are our shortest stacks? It seems like seat 5. Algirdas from Lithuania is one of the shortest stacks, at least, if not the shortest.
What about seat number 2?
And seat number 2, I think, has something like 27,000. Or last time I remember, he had 28.5. And seat number 1, Susanna must not have too much either. So 3 players with 30,000 or less. Still definitely not struggling, but you want to start making your moves at some point. That it's ace king against a raise from Ilva, and the question is, do you 3-bet? Yes, you do. We've seen Susanna 3-betting quite small in these spots before, and she decides to 3-bet small again.
Yeah.
Basically a min raise. Well, the min raise would be 2.8, but it's 3.6, so a click back. And Ilva does fold to it.
Oh, wow.
No, but we do see a flop, meaning that Christian is still in the pot. Christian is still in the pot, but we don't know what Christian has just yet.
Well, last time we saw Susanna like 3-betting, he just blasted with his ace high on a 10 high board or something.
Yeah, she did exactly that again. Snap bet 5,000 and snap called by Christian. Check, check, snap check. So I'm thinking right now that Susanna still has ace king high. And let's see if Susanna's ace king high is good there. She's
probably not.
No,
yeah.
the hand is turned over. So it's Christian taking another about 10,000 from Susanna. So Susanna probably left with about 14, 15,000 after this hand.
Yeah, I think the mistake a little bit was in this hand that, like, I mean, those min 3-bets, I don't know, with ace king especially, I mean, it's still like somewhat a drawing hand.
Yeah, and you give your opponent the chance, and not just the chance, but the proper odds to outdraw you.
Yeah.
Because after you make 1.8 into 3.6, your opponent is getting like close to 5-1 on a call or 4-1.
I'm getting the idea that in some lineups, maybe okay, you min 3-bet those aces and.
Yeah, definitely, and the shorter the stacks are, the shorter the 3-bets have to be to do the same job. But she was still playing close to 40 big blind deep, and now she has king queen. And 23,000 says the graphic that she still has, so not as short as I was afraid.
Should be able to pick up the blinds, and
yeah. That's another 2,000 to her stack, up to 25,000 now. The free roll just started, so good luck to Motto Mami 22, who is at my table. Who else is in here? Book Diamond, Buck Diamond, Badger Silly, Panzer Frenzy, Glucini, Titan Loose, and Snoopy 80. You guys have your word cut out for yourself, because I am planning to crush.
And we have ace queen for our Lithuanian player.
Yes, ace queen offsuited though, but still a very strong hand. 8-handed, as we have one player gone already. But I think it was a raise before the ace queen. It looks like it was a raise from early position from our Finnish friend with a cap. And the ace queen just ended up calling. But they do flop strong there. They do flop top pair, or 2 pair rather. And it's definitely not Ilva playing with king jack. It's
it is Ilva.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, never mind. But then in that case, I mean, it's definitely not the Lithuanian player.
Yeah.
Bit of confusion. We do know that Ilva now has turned 2 pair against whatever Paulius, no, not Paulius.
It's our Finnish guy. I can't remember his name at the moment, but
does check behind.
Ilva has to bet something here.
Yeah, definitely she has some value there. She
Half potter.
Target hands like ace queen, queen jack, queen 10, 10s, jacks. And she bets 3.5K, and it seems like she's ahead here after her opponent is thinking as long as he is.
It's just the king is so bad card. I mean, Ilva hits so many top pairs with all those king 10s, king jacks, but makes a call.
Calling, yeah, and gets the news that Ilva adds another pot to her stack and up to 70,000 now. She's doing very well at this table.
Yeah, she's playing well. Welcome back, Linda. Seat number 3.
And welcome back, seat number 9 as well. Who took a break.
He was also away for some period, yeah?
Yeah. But I do understand why you noticed seat number 3 leaving rather than seat number 9.
Yeah.
Seat 5.
Still, today we are playing 10 levels as we did yesterday, and we are at level 8 at the moment. After this end, we are gonna go on a short break, and then once we come back, we will finish the day up.
Each raise 1-8.
If you're wondering what I'm doing on my phone, I'm playing the free roll tournament, 500 euros for you guys, for your viewers. You can still join in. The password is Finland.
Couple of pocket pairs. Ace-4 suited for our Lithuanian
Our Lithuanian
player.
Our little cute Lithuanian there.
Representing the Chicago Bulls.
1-8.
And well, there's another pocket pair in the mix, so
seems like unless Christian is gonna 3-bet here, we're gonna see this pot played multi-way.
I have a feeling that there's gonna be an action.
8.4k in the middle. That is action as they come. I mean, everybody has something. 2 overpairs, and that might be trouble for Christian here actually. 2 gut shot straight draws. Susanna still with a pair of 4s to go with her gut shot as well.
I mean, you have to bet something with the 9s here. Yeah, well done.
It's starting to look good for Lina. Bets 2k. Christian is not going anywhere. He's gonna raise to 7,000 though. And the thing is, Christian thinks he has the best hand here. And if Lina is gonna pick up on that, she might end up even folding the 9s, but no, she's gonna make the call.
That's a pretty tough spot actually for pocket 9s, but she calls, and if
Queen of diamonds on a turn though. And now, I mean, that is the spot where Christian might get Lina to fold. Because Christian probably think, no, the 7k I think Lina is still gonna call here. But Christian, his body language and everything, he thinks he's ahead in this hand at the moment.
yeah, it's an interesting hand. I agree. Christian probably thinks he's ahead, and Lina probably, I don't know.
She might read into this wrong, but no, 7k is just a bit too good of a price, and Lina is still ahead, 31,000. But should Christian like fire on the river?
Yeah, if Christian never bets on the river, I think it's 100% time check.
Check.
So it is check on the river, and Lina wins another big hand. She wins a hand worth 36,000, and she is up to 56 now, 67, sorry. And Christian is down to 56,000. So things looking well, but could have been worse for Christian. Could have definitely been worse, could have been better, but as it is, I mean, everything went kind of as expected. Christian could have done was called the flop, of course, and then probably would have lost a bit less, but
probably, yeah.
He also wanted to, I guess, protect and get some value from his 8s. So no harm, no foul there. Both players still with healthy stacks.
Couple of really bad hands, folding in a row.
Until the small blinds. Christian ace 7, 1.9 is what I heard is to raise. And runs into... So it is Paulius Kostikčius from Lithuania. So it's not, he's not from Finland. I think there was a mistake previously. So we changed the flag. So it's Paulius still from Lithuania. So there wasn't any mistakes previously.
So we have 2 Lithuanians at the table.
Yeah. But Paulius is our Lithuanian. He's gonna raise it.
Christian snap calls with ace-7 suited.
Yeah. And that shouldn't be too much trouble for Christian, but I don't think he's ready to fold on a flop just yet, though. $3.1K, and he does fold. Nice fold, just doesn't really connect with the ace-7 and gets away from the ace side there. Losing another small one, but now down to 51.1K. Still very evenly stacked feature table. Nobody is running away. We've seen like a couple of like bright moments from Lund, etc. But look, everybody hovering, like the biggest stacks hovering around the 50 or to 70K stack. Chips, but the thing is, it's nice to see the chips actually like changing hand, and there's not like this one player who takes it all.
Yeah.
Everybody has had their fair share of winning and losing.
Was expecting Gilva to open there from the cutoff.
That's exactly what I was wondering. Like, it would have been interesting to see if Ilva wanted to raise the check 8 suited from the cutoff, but we got the answer very quickly. So Paulius calls in with 7-4. Do not mind that. Gets. If I see a raise, I want to see it like 2.8 at least. 2.5, and I think that gets the job done though. And the atmosphere here in the casino is it's quite nice. I always like it when the festivals comes and the casino area, it just comes to life with all the screams of joy and sadness and etc.
Everybody's been waiting to play those live events. Nice to see so many.
And the cash games, they tend to get quite crazy as well, and very friendly and fun.
Friendly if you win.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Lina with a nice pair here.
Yes, a pair of checks for her. Comes in with a raise to 1.8 thousand.
Let's see if the big blind decides to defend. Yes, she does.
Yes, she does. These two have played quite a lot against each other. They like to play against each other. Let's see. It's usually Lina coming out on top, and it's going to be very difficult for Susanna to win this one because Lina does flop a top set, and she will check this one back. Another quick check from Susanna, and Lina now decides there's too many hands that she can get value and protection from, so she's going to bet for value there. And does not get a call from ace high.
Yeah, Lina, I think, got a full double up also from Susanna.
Do you remember the hand? I usually
she had aces and the opponent had sevens.
Sevens, yeah, sevens against aces. Yeah. It was the second time where we saw sevens get in trouble against overpair. Yes, that is correct. King Queen now. Lina, does she elect to raise from early position? I would guess so.
Nice. She also has 70K now.
Yep. So she's the chip leader, or one of the chip leaders. Should she win this hand? She's probably. I mean, the margins are small, but She's doing well, definitely.
Actually has the face of a man who wants to 3-bet here, and he does. Picks up a pretty good spot also for this. I mean, Lina, not much she can do from this early position with a king-queen off here, and she should fold. And
like in theory, with these stack sizes, king-queen is a pretty decent candidate to sometimes 4-bet bluff with.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you can't do it too often, but she does end up calling. She has Axeli dominated. I'm sure if the flop comes queen high, Axeli is not gonna lose too much, but it is. We're gonna see here how Axeli plays once he actually.
I was thinking he's gonna check behind. This just makes so much sense. Because what does Lina like have here? Like pocket tens, like king jacks, ace queens, king queens. And Axeli must be really cautious here. Like, of course, he's gonna like call the turn, but he's gonna if a river blanks and Lina bets some, it's gonna be.
It's probably the best card for Axeli.
Yeah, I mean it's this river. It's definitely he's gonna get away from this hand.
Lina thinking it's a good card for her. It definitely is, but probably gonna kill some of the action that she might have got from Axeli on the river. Let's see how.
I mean, it's a snap fault for Axeli at this point. He's thinking though.
Axeli did call with queen 9 in a not similar, but kind of in a situation where he.
I mean, does he know? I mean, I remember Lina like called a 3-bet with a suited connector, like 6-7 suited.
That's true.
Like, if he thinks that she might have those in her range, then I don't know. He might end up calling, but I mean,
it's probably the best card to get away from your queens.
He looks curious, but I mean, it's a fold actually.
Hasn't folded just yet. The thing is, usually when players know if it's a bad card for themselves, they also know that their opponents might know that. So this is where the leveling wars begin, where you think like maybe your opponent knows that it's a great card to represent, but in that sense it's actually not that great card to represent, because actually should be the one who has quite a few kings and
ace kings and this type of stuff.
Probably not with queen 9, but I'm wondering if Lina checks there, if Axel is going to turn some of his value into a bluff on that river, something like, I don't know, maybe if he decided to 3-bet with 10-9, try just to get queen to fold, or maybe...
It might be possible. Not seeing this kind of stuff too much, but...
Yeah, that's true. But if there's a player who might do it, it might be Axeli. Recognizing that pair of 10s on that board is probably not good.
And a bit unfortunate like scenario for Axeli as well in this spot.
Pauli is facing a raise from King 10 from Christian. Now wakes up with ace queen again. Let's see how he proceeds. Does he want a 3-bet? Does he want to call?
No, thank you. Just go ahead. But I couldn't ask if it actually sells right, because I just moved up from my room.
Seems like a raise to 5.5. Yes, it is. And now look at that. Susanna has found the dream scenario for her. She just has 20,000. There's a raise and a 3-bet in front of you. You go all in for 20k. And if you're Paulius, you kind of puke in your mouth in that spot. Like,
yeah, I mean, you're hating this spot, and I think he finds a fold here.
The thing is, you need 14.6, so you need 33% roughly, which he does actually have against Ace King. But the thing is, it's for your tournament. I don't know. I mean,
and it's against the opponent, so probably not gonna 4-bet shove here. Like
too many, very strong range, probably.
Too many hands you are like flipping. I think it's a good fold.
I'm pretty sure Susanna. I mean, I'm reaching here, and I'm saying that the widest she's going all in there is 10s plus.
Yeah.
And it might
even
be
jacks,
even tighter.
maybe, I don't know.
It might be even tighter than 10s plus.
Like I think in few spots she like cold called like some hands, but maybe she had more stack at this point. But yeah, I think this ace queen was good laydown.
But it's a very good situation for Susanna. She doubles up, not doubles up, but adds 50% to her stack.
Yeah, definitely, without any risk.
Being at risk, exactly. With a, as you said, drawing hand.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of a perfect case for Ace King. Of course, seeing Ace Queen, you would like to get a call from Ace Queen, but I don't know if you even want to get a call. At some point of the tournament, you definitely would take a fold, even if you see an Ace Queen. Maybe not at the start of the tournament, though. Well, not that much of a start anymore. We have lost almost half the field at this point, so we are getting at the mid stages of the tournament already.
So we see Axeli defending with early position raise here with ace queen, I don't mind, and Lund also in the mix with ace 6 suited.
And 599 pretty safe for pocket jacks. Algaridas, let's see what's the sizing here. Again, I would go, if I'm betting, you're definitely betting against 2, but 1.8 is what I would have bet, and 1.7 is what Algirdas bets, and since it's very similar to what I would have done, I'm fine with the bet.
Let's see what Axeli also thinks he has 2 overs.
And Lund also calls here. That is interesting. You get a small bet from pocket jacks, you get a Lund calling, and now Axeli turns his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, that's a nice line to sometimes take. I mean, he definitely has many 9x's, but jacks are too strong to fold. But I'm very curious to see what Axeli is gonna do next. Like, there are definitely some turns he's gonna continue, or he's just gonna straight rep the 9, but instantly get called. Like, and we have an all in the call. Wow, actually he needs an ace or a queen to stay alive. Let's see if he hits. Boom. There it is.
Oh my sweet baby, Jesus. That is what I can say. That is perfectly played hand by the pocket jacks, getting destroyed by the ace on the river one more time. I mean, what a perfect name for a poker book if you're Barry Ringstein. The ace on the river has probably crushed so many dreams in tournaments and in poker, but I mean, Axeli gets rewarded for aggressive play, which we always like to see. We always like to see aggressive players at our featured table, but big part of me just feels sorry for the pocket jacks, and that's a 50k pot. But he took it well. He knows there's still some.
Actually, I think Axeli must have felt or had a good feeling that at least his like outs are alive.
I guess so.
Decides to play ace queen passively pre-flop and just go crazy on a 996 and gets rewarded. So yeah, interesting hand we had.
Very interesting hand, and I want to see how Axeli plays a big stack now. Like, I mean, he has 80,000. That we can call it a big stack. It's 100 big blinds, especially compared to the field. Does he want to start steamrolling the table? Does he start opening a bit more? Of course, after this minute, we're gonna go on a short break. Let's see if we're gonna see one more hand after this one. King 10 and King 9 go into war on an ace 8-6, which should go to Christian after he bets 1.8k.
Looks like an easy fold with the king 9. And
he does fold, so we see one more hand before we go on break. 1 more minute remaining of this level. After this level, the blinds will go up to 5,000, 500, 1,000. We need to change a deck, but I'm wondering, can like just the tournament flow kind of in a tournament flow kind of way? Doesn't it make more sense to just finish this one hand with the old deck? And
I mean, if there's a marked card there, you probably need a new deck.
But will they actually now get a chance to play it though?
That's a good question. We find out in 20 seconds.
Yeah, we do find out in 20 seconds.
I think they do have one more hand. Yeah. Because dealer is already like shuffling and
yeah, that's true. So the ruling is, if you're new to live poker, once if the dealer starts shuffling the hand, even if the time runs out, they get the chance to finish out the hand.
So it looks like we have a 20-minute break after this hand.
Yes, exactly. 20-minute break. So don't go anywhere far.
And it looks like it's a walk for the big blind, so yeah.
Yep, everybody gets a walk, meaning that we're gonna go on a 19-minute and 15-second break, but we're not gonna go anywhere far. Don't you guys go anywhere far either, because we still have 2 more levels of day 1B, and after that we can conclude our day 1s and see how many players, how many entries, and what's the prize pool, etc, etc, etc. See you guys soon.
See you.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 3:30 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 3:30 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 330 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 3:30 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 3:30 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 3:30 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 3:30 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 3:30 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 3:30 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Welcome to day 1B of Coolbet Open. It's a 550 main event and it's exciting, a lot of players. We also have the PLO 4-5 card, a 3:30 event. We have a few other side events and my favorite, the Nightly Turbo. Don't forget the cash games, they run 24/7. If you live nearby, my recommendation is take the ferry ticket or take the plane, come here, or maybe like me, walk here. In Estonia, at Coolbet Open, there is a lot of old friends, a lot of new friends, and they really enjoy the game of poker, and they enjoy to meet each other again. 2 years of waiting is over.
This is the 5th edition of Coolbet Open, and we got a bit of a flight theme here. It's been too long. It's almost 2.5 years since our last event. People have been looking forward to this event again, and they are flying in from everywhere. Great atmosphere. Day 1A exceeded our expectations. We had 192 entries in the main event, and that's more than we had in November 2019, where we had 180. That's fantastic to see. I think it'll continue in the next couple of days like this as well. My name is Thomas. I'm the Coolbet Poker Manager, and I'm also the manager of Coolbet Open. Welcome to this 5th edition of Coolbet Open.
Oh, let's line them all up.
Liittikseen ja korttipakat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at Coolbet Day 1B. Final 2 levels, and this is gonna be an interesting one. And as I promised you, the free roll is still going on. I don't think, yes, you can still re-enter enter this free roll. The password is Finland, 500 euros we are giving away, and I am crushing this free roll. I am up to 40,000. My name is Christer Laas, and I am joined by the reigning champion of Coolbet Open Tallinn, Ott-Kaarli Toome.
Hello, hello. Looking really forward how the day will finish. We have an interesting table.
Yes, we do. We have a couple of Nordic superstars here, streamers, poker professionals, just overall successful people all around the world. And it's gonna be a fun one. The players to note is the one player to note, at least from our point of view, is sitting at seat number 4, playing after he got the chips, playing the most aggressively, putting in a couple of 3 bets here and there, and taking some stabs. And I want to see how he's gonna finish up this final 2 levels. If he's really gonna make a surge at it and build up a huge stack for day 2 tomorrow. We are gonna be here with you all day today. I mean, 2 more levels today, as well as tomorrow when we play probably close to or down to the final table, and of course the final table day after tomorrow. So a lot of poker action to be seen, a lot of free money to be given away from Coolbet for our viewers through different promotions. As you can see, we have a €5 free bet for everybody who wants it. You have to use the promo code CBO22 and you get €5 free bet covered by Coolbet. We give out free spins. Yesterday we gave out virtual sports bets, as well as €500 free roll every single day. So enjoy the poker, enjoy the commentary, enjoy the players, and enjoy the free stuff given away from Coolbet. And I am going to personally enjoy my Kronenburg 64.
So we have 374 players registered for the Coolbet main event day 1B, which is really like an amazing number. I personally wasn't expecting the number to be so huge, but it's really nice to see it.
That's amazing to see, and we might even break 400 today. I mean, players can still re-enter. Well, should they re-enter now, they still get a very playable 30 big blind stack. We've seen crazier things happen, so let's hope. There's way above 500 total entries already, and we see a couple of strong hands, and Lund has made his move now with King 10 off.
And if I'm not wrong, we saw a couple of 8s folded previously. I'm pretty sure that there was a one Jack 8 off folded, so in that sense, well folded pair of 8s there.
So exactly as expected, once the blinds go up, you see the more aggressive players know that the money that they steal pre-flop is getting more and more significant, so it gets even more important to make those moves. And if you get away with making them, you can make some proper moolah. Because the average stack in this tournament is 51 big blinds now. It's still pretty deep, but still significant pots. By just 3-betting there, he adds about 7,000 to his stack there, which is about 15% of the tournament average.
Yeah, that's significant. Each steal, each win of the hand, they are making a difference.
Yeah, sure.
So we see Lena again with a pocket pair opening her 7s to 2.2k, and Paulius with pocket 6s. Let's see what he's gonna do.
Probably just gonna call from the button, but especially with a pot stack size of 27k to begin with. So if you 3-bet, you're gonna be in a tough spot against a lot of the range your opponent is continuing with.
And Susanna decides to defend the big blind with ace-3 off, and let's see what the flop brings.
Jack, 10 and a jack, so 7 still ahead for Lena. And Lena has been collecting quite a few of those pots recently, and it looks like it's gonna go her way one more time. Probably gonna see a c-bet of something like 2 to 3k. 2k is the 3-bet, c-bet, and Paulius just folds the 6s. Do not mind that, and Lena adds another 7,000 to her stack, so up to 83,000 now. I really wonder who's gonna be the first one to
100k.
yeah, first one to 100k.
Yeah, don't mind the fold of the 6s there. Really hard to do anything when you're facing a bet on the turn. So
this
well
is why
played.
the 2k bet is so good as well. I mean,
Yeah.
it's so difficult to continue. It's tempting, but at the same time, it's not. Most of the runouts are not very favorable for you.
Yeah,
Should
sure, your opponents can have like a worse hand than the 6s on the flop, but I mean, it's just a hand that cannot face any heat on the turn.
Yeah, you cannot just take it one street at a time. I mean, of course, you can call the bet on a flop, but you have to worry about turns and rivers and not many runouts where you feel comfortable with 6s.
Any turn that's not a 6 is basically
Yes.
very difficult to continue.
Pocket jacks now for Christian from the hijack, going to come in with a raise. 2.2k is his preferred sizing.
Let's see if Kalevi decides to defend, but Max is 8 high.
8-5 suited. No, okay, it's offsuit, so that's understandable. So there we have it. 2 more levels, and we can say goodbye to the day ones. As long as we don't have the day turbo day 1C coming up, which we should have, right?
I don't have any info about it.
Yeah. That was probably misinformation by JJ, but it's fine. But it's interesting to see. I mean, poker is mostly. I mean, there's way more men playing poker than there are ladies, and not that they shouldn't, but the ladies have been not just holding their own, but they've kind of been crushing this feature table. I mean, all of the girls are doing well, but seed 3 and seed 5 have been adding 40 to 50k to their stacks since joining this table. So
yeah, I've been really impressed. They played pretty well, not made any mistakes, and increasing their chip stack.
Yeah, playing decent, aggressive, nice poker, and one more time to add a little bit more, because Christian is firing into Lena's pair of 9s. I don't expect Lena to fold just yet, so she's gonna make the call, and she's in good shape against King 4 there. That is a pair of 4, probably actually a good card for Lina. I mean, in a sense that I was wondering that now that Christian has showdown value, he might slow down on the turn and maybe check this one back, because should Christian fire big here, you're not feeling super comfortable with your 9-5, but no. 3k bet is small enough, so Lina is going to make the call. And 6 means that unless Lina folds her hand, she is going to win this pot. And it goes check, check on the river. Christian takes his showdown value and sends the showdown value straight to Lina's stack. Lina up to 90.8 thousand. Christian still healthy, still has the tournament average, approximately.
Okay, vilken pokerpar tror jag har fel på? I have Which card?
It's situations like this where I wish I understood Norwegian.
I know. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, we have one Lithuanian, and otherwise it's a full Scandinavian table.
But I think we're actually speaking English though. I was just kind of getting confused for a second.
Christian opens up with a pair of 4s, and yeah, Susanna wakes up with kings. So if she goes again to this min 3 bet, Christian can defend. But yeah, it looks like Susanna is
just calling with pocket kings, just laying a trap, and it might work out for her because Axeli finds the ace queen, and against Christian open and Susanna call. That ace queen is looking pretty damn strong. He knows that Christian is opening quite wide. So and Susanna just calling is like basically to him it's dead money in the middle, but little does he know that he ends up making a fantastic just call, because Susanna would have shoved in his face. 7-8 deuce, so a not flush draw for ace. I mean, that is an action flop, to be fair. I mean, that's ace queen with a nut flush draw for Axeli over pair of kings with a second flush draw for Susanna. Bet of 2,000 by the worst hand. Susanna makes it 5,000, so very small raise. Might bring on some alarm bells for Axeli. Let's see if he has any other gear than go. Yes, he does. He just calls. Christian makes a beautiful fold. So 20,000 in the middle. That is a safeguard. I mean, on a queen, Axel is not getting away. On a club, he's pretty happy. Very small bet from Susanna, 5,000. Giving Axel the proper odds to call here. Axel is getting 5-1 here to call.
I wonder if the river is gonna be like a jack or a 10 or something. He's actually going there to rep.
It's instead the 7 of spades, so Axel misses everything. Doesn't make a pair, doesn't make his flush. And Susanna's still good, and she's in those specific situations, playing small bet poker is like, it kind of works out. Yes, yes, you give an opponent's odds, but you milk them all the way to get to the river.
Yeah.
And she's up to 48,000 now. So another example of, it's been just ladies this level thus far. It's
Axel definitely saved himself some chips there, because there was a potential spot at pre-flop where he could 3-bet, and Susanna's stack is like not the biggest, and if she shoves there, I mean, what do you do with ace queen there? It's a tough spot, but
and it's gonna look very much like something like pocket 8s, 9s, 10s heavy, like they just called and decided to go with it.
Can be something like this, yeah.
So ace was good as well. So Susanna told Axel that she had kings. Queen jack now.
See, should open up from hijack this hand.
And it looks like she does exactly that. So the table pretty much has decided that everybody's going to open 2.2. Like previous levels, there were very much different openings, but 2.2. And it's funny how sometimes that's exactly how it goes. One player starts opening for this amount, and then everybody follows suit. And 2.2 is my preferred open raise as well, like whenever it's possible.
A little over 2 bigs makes sense.
And it's kind of the meta nowadays.
Yeah.
Two more minutes to enter the free roll, ladies and gentlemen. Password is Finland. Finland with a capital F. Come and join us. 2 more minutes. First place at the free roll takes €200 ticket. So definitely a lot to play for. Second place €100 ticket. Third and fourth get 50. The first 16 players at the free roll get some value for their play. We've seen quite a few strong hands to start this hour off, and again we see Paulius raising to 2.1 this time, and Line has a decision. Do you 3-bet, do you call? King Queen suited, definitely a very strong hand. And it is a re-raise from Line. I love to see it, actually. I really do love to see it. Love the sizing as well. Makes it 6,000 and makes it very difficult for Paulius, and Paulius snap folds is open from under the gun. So Lina, aggressive play up to 94, getting very close to that 100k mark.
I was expecting Lina to maybe call there. Paulius stack is like 20k, and if he forward shoves, not the best situation, but
at the same time you're gonna put Paulius in a very tough spot, because if you want to continue, you're gonna have to play for it all. So a lot of his opening range still doesn't want to play for it all. So beautiful raise from King Queen, and should she get shoved on, I guess she's probably more often than not gonna be very dominated there.
I would prefer hands like King Jack that are like easier to just, if your opponent forward shoves, I mean, they are toast. I mean, what can you do? But King Queen suited is just hand you
just
hate
to fold,
hand you hate to get like forward shove, and then you're like, what can you do? I mean, you're still flipping against some hands, but most of the time you're in a very bad shape.
And we saw one raise to 2.1, and now we go with another 2.1k raise. Ace King this time from under the gun for Lund.
Christian likes his blinds and defense.
And he's gonna defend with a Queen 3 while we get a new player joining us at this feature table, joining us at seat 5.
So Christian picks up the gut shot, but opponent Lund decides to check behind the ace.
Interesting check on the ace, and now on the river with the 2 pair, definitely has to go for some value, but interesting decision to check. Probably thinks his opponent is very much like drawing dead in that situation. So so
who do we have on seat 5? The guy in blue.
I don't recognize him just yet. Do you know him?
No, I've never seen him.
But he's coming in with all smiles, so I'm guessing he's gonna bring some chips to the table as well as a good attitude. We will learn very, very soon. The table is quite lively. Everybody's chatting with each other.
Yeah, that's nice to see.
Yeah. And when players are having a good time, it's usually better for the viewers as well, and us for the commentators, because players want to play more hands and feel comfortable enough to do it.
So Christian, I think he's gonna open up from the button descent. Looks like decent hand to do that.
Makes it 2.2.
And gets to steal the blinds, which is very nice.
Yeah, just to. I mean, it's when it's folded to on the button. It's there's a lot of incentive to come in with a raise quite loose because there's just 2 more opponents to get through.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of money to be stolen away. There's 2.5k in the middle every single hand.
I don't mind, just depends who's on the big blind, but just opening any 2 sometimes.
Yeah, definitely a strategy you can take. Like very opponent dependent as well, of course.
Yeah, I mean, in some scenarios you cannot just do that, but there are situations where you can really just open any 2 cards on the button. And Kalevi picks up 2 kings.
And much needed 2 kings for Kalevi because he's getting shorter. He just has 20 big blinds. So he really needs to make something happen. So he's gonna start to make something happen with a raise to 2.2. Now it's up to stage 2. Can he get some action?
And seat number 5 we have another Norwegian player, so another Scandinavian.
Yeah.
But looks like kings, unfortunately. Let's see if the big blind defends. Yeah, she does.
Probably gonna defend with ace high. So and now stage number 3, well, having kings. You don't want to see that ace on a.
That's what he got, unfortunately, for.
That is a very good.
Kalevi. But the big blind decides to.
He's gonna lead in for 3k. I mean, half of the pot and Kalevi. I mean, you can't really start folding instantly.
Yeah.
But you're not super happy either. And that is a queen that might even get Kalevi into more trouble because now he has a straight draw as well. I mean, it's just, and she does that. She really loves to milk that money. She makes it 3k again, and you can't really fold because, I mean, in theory, Susanna might have something like queen jack, 10 jack, king 10.
And it's gonna be check on the river, and
is it, or is Susanna gonna go for
so,
lady?
yeah.
That's check. So Kalevi gets the bad news that his kings are crushed on the flop already, and Susanna gets an extra 6k out of Kalevi here. Probably if Susanna, to be fair, like to be result oriented, Susanna checks the flop, Kalevi bets something like 1.8, Susanna calls, turn goes check, river Susanna maybe bets or I don't know, checks, and she's gonna get approximately 4k less.
Yeah.
In that specific hand, I feel like she got almost max value there.
True.
Of course.
What is she gonna do if Kalevi like ships the river or raises at any point? I mean, fortunate for her that the opponent had exactly like kings and not like a better ace-x or something like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I meant by being result oriented.
Yeah. Couple of folds to Christian.
I was, no, never mind. We're still early positions, but
Button opens up with a ace-8 off.
very standard from the button. You really want to open, as we said, a lot of your range from the button, and any ace definitely goes in that range. But Kalevi now is his time. He's gonna go all in with ace king. And let's
snap call
see.
with ace-8. Unfortunate for ace-8 there.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Small bot for Lund, but very important bot for Kalevi here.
I have the feeling for the 8, to be honest.
I kind of. Oh man, you're a wizard. I wanted to say I really feel like Ace King is gonna win this one.
I had the feeling.
Yeah, you did. But still, Kalevi can still hit a king.
King or a king only.
Let's see if he can do it. Needs a king. One of 3 remaining kings to remain in this tournament.
About to exit, and yeah, it's GG for him.
Ooh, that's the deuce of hearts that Kalevi wouldn't have minded on a turn, but really doesn't want to see on a river, meaning that Lund gives a proper bad beat, not the worst. I mean, everything was standard. It's 10 big blinds effective. You're gonna have to call.
Just how tournament poker works with this hand. I mean, nothing.
And
it's very, very standard hand.
Yeah, to be fair, Kalevi just had 10k, tournament average is 55k. He's gonna have to make a move anyway. I mean, he found a very good hand to do it with, but Lund cannot know that Kalevi has.
He ran pretty unlucky.
Yeah, he did. Unfortunately, the feature table wasn't super lucky for Kalevi, but still 1 hour and 5 minutes for him to re-enter. So should he elect to do it, he can. Basically, for re-entry, he's gonna get more than that double up. He's gonna get another 30k. At the moment, 377 entries on this day 1B.
Hearns with our new player at the feature table with pocket nines. Let's see how he.
And as I was expecting, Hearns with a healthy stack, 88.4k. He came in with all smiles, and that's the reason behind it. He is 3 times the tournament starting stack. Of course, a lot of poker still to be played.
We see Christian calling, but yeah, with a pair of fives
there.
Lund with a nice spot to squeeze here.
And now this is where it gets super interesting. Like how once Lund's 3 bets, how do you respond, or how does Stefansson respond with pocket nines there? And there's a potential for a huge spot there, because there are a couple of the bigger stacks of the table here.
Yeah, these are the spots when this poker starts, right? I mean, pots are getting bigger. I mean,
9.5. I mean, I'm guessing Stefansson is just gonna call, and that might even bring along Christian here.
He's gonna fold. No.
Nah, they are pretty deep stacked. And I am all in on the free roll with pocket 10s against pocket kings that open shove. Oh no. And I'm probably bust. Not that you guys care, but there you go. You have it. You can take the 200 euro ticket, ladies and gentlemen, and our viewers. And Stefansson really is going to just fold. Let's see. I mean, Christian, very different player. He might call this one. And it seems like he will. Christian has found himself in a couple of those situations where the better hand falls and he's going to end up calling and making all the chips, and that might be one of those situations. I mean, Lund still with just ace-high.
Let's see if Lund decides to continue betting on this board, which he doesn't. Christian loves his fives more and more, but not on this turn anymore. It's a disaster turn for him.
And another check. But it looked like a 5 for a second, but Lund loves to check behind the turn with mate like effective nuts.
Yeah, I don't hate this check behind there.
That's 5.2 and gets a call from Christian, who has now bled down to 36.2k. After, like, I mean, he's been all over the place. He's been to 80k, he's been to 30k, and back to 36.2k now.
Little loose with the fives, but got himself to a like lucky situation. At least he was like flipping pre, but the unfortunate turn.
And the interesting call. I mean, I kind of like the sizing. It's like guaranteeing you're gonna get called by any pair.
Yeah.
But it's again, it's something like, do you start at what point do you start considering folding fives there, like to a bet? How often does your opponent bluff there for 5.2k? And again, I mean, if I'm thinking like that, then it should be probably a good spot to bluff for that amount.
Yeah, I mean, calling is never good there, I think. Like I probably even like the guy who 3-bet, he's gonna like check down the ace queens and stuff like this if he like takes this line. He's never using this sizing to like bluff this stuff.
That's the thing. Like, if he hasn't bet flop or turn with a hand like ace queen, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense that he randomly starts stabbing at it small on the river. So it's just like if he has decided to check this one down through the turn, which was probably the best card to bluff at. And then he's probably not bluffing the river, right?
Yeah. And now I think actually found himself, he's not gonna call from the big blind anymore with ace queen. We saw him before doing that, but then the raises were like from the early position and stuff. But this time it's like hijack cutoff, and yeah, ace queen is too good to not 3-bet this time. And
it's gonna work well for him.
Both players fold,
yes,
and yeah, well played.
Folded as well.
That's another 5k to his stack, so.
Yeah, exactly. 5k plus the ante. Or the blinds, yeah. I have to say I really like the way Axel is playing.
Yeah, I think he's shown pretty decent gameplay.
He's not the biggest stack at the moment. He's still healthy with 60k, but I mean, I like the way he approaches the game, and I feel like he could still make his move.
He has tried a couple of times, but then he had like unlucky setups.
But it is seat 9 and seat 5 and seat 3 with our biggest stacks, all around 90,000. Lund with 95,000, Lindholm with 93,000, and thinking about it with king 3 of clubs.
Go for it, nice.
Yes.
I like to see that. Definitely a good hand to open the button with. Even maybe cut off.
And it must be kind of difficult to have Axeli, who's definitely 3-bet the most out of this table, to a direct left, but I still love it, the fact that you're still pulling the trigger. And it's interesting to me to see the turns decided to fold to ace-5 against the button.
Yeah, I think it's definitely too tight. I was even thinking that this, if you ever want to 3-bet bluff, I mean, it's like a perfect spot to bluff with, even like a offsuit ace-5. I wouldn't mind, but definitely a call would be like standard.
Oh, it looks like ace-5 ended up calling instead, and we saw flop a queen 2-2.
And folded the flop, okay.
Yes, yes, yes. It was either ace-5 or the jack-10 from the small blind that ended up calling, but because, yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, it was Lina who won that pot. We've seen 2 more re-entries, so probably not gonna get 400 today, but people are still entering the tournament, which is definitely good news for the eventual winner of this tournament, since the prize pool is getting quite large, especially for a 500 euro tournament. As we're trying to get the graphics up, 2 players have folded all the way to seat 5. Just thinking about it. No, I think it was Susanna opening, yeah. Now I actually understand it. Susanna came in with a raise with ace-king and folded to the big blind now, who is Christian. Christian with a mystery hand. He's gonna make the call, and unless Christian has deuces or king 9, Susanna is ahead on this flop.
Or 9 deuce.
Or 9 deuce,
yeah.
Also possible, but very unlikely. So I'm guessing that 9s or kings raise pre-flop, but it's a raise to 6.5, and if I'm Susanna, I'm actually loving it here. Definitely loving it, since exactly there should be just a couple of hands that you lose against here. So she does make the call, and I like to call. Just keep your opponent's bluffs in, kind of assess the situation from position.
Very good turn for...
Oh, it's an 8 deuce for Christian. He went all in. Is it really 8 deuce? Christian Sigurdsson. He goes all in on a turn, and Susanna is in agony. I'm sure she's going to end up calling. There's no way she's folding, right? Did she say call?
She calls,
she
but she's
calls. And she's way ahead against Christian's 8 deuce. I was not expecting to see 8 deuce, so you weren't off when you said that 9 deuce is in this range. That's 8 deuce. He can still hit the ace or a deuce, but that is a, to be fair, that is a blow up from Christian. He's gonna need help on the river. He's gonna need to hit one of the 3 remaining 8s or 2 remaining deuces, and or else he's gonna be eliminated, and Susanna is gonna eliminate her and be, oh, it looked like an 8. But she is up to 95,000 herself now, so, and she is, you can really breathe a sigh of relief after that. I mean, those are one of the worst feelings to lose in this situation, when your opponent is just going absolutely crazy and they and you get punished for it. As it is, Susanna eliminates our friendly streamer from Iceland, 9th level of day 1B. So should he elect to do it, he can still re-enter, but Susanna up to 95,000 now. So we have 3 or 4 players with 95k.
Christian decided to go and rep better hand than 1 pair, but got punished by the ace-king rule.
I think we're gonna need to change the deck after that. So it's a misdeal. Usually when a card falls off the table, you have to redeal, and you have to change the deck just for integrity of the game. But if all the players agree, I guess we can continue. But we are 7-handed at the table, and the 4 players in the middle seem to be having all the fun. There's like a little social club going on there, and everybody else is left to listen. And that's pocket kings. That's pocket kings for Lund. So he's gonna come in with 2.1k.
Couple of folds.
Yeah. And I think it's gonna... Yeah, I think the raise is gonna take it. No, the big blind still defended. So we're gonna see the flop heads up.
Check us 8. Check us 9.
I'm not sure if the big blind just let out there, but definitely both players.
What we do know is
some
Lund has
chips in.
pocket kings, right? And as we have a new player joining us at seat number 2.
It looks like another Scandinavian for me.
And a bet of 6,000. No, that's an all-in. And a call.
Looks like kings are kings are dead there. I'm not sure if it was an all-in, but
it looked like an all-in, yeah. It looked like an all-in by the river. I really wish we saw what happened there, or how many chips went in. I think it was something like 20,000 total for the player to double up at it. So Lund shouldn't have taken too big of a hit, but still. Somehow he got out flop turned the river. By the river, the kings weren't the best hand.
So we get a raise from seat 5.
Yes, it's Hearns raising it up with Queen 10 suited. And Lund is going to defend the big blind with ace deuce. And a very good flop for the Queen 10. Flop in the top pair and a backdoor flush straight draws. Let's see, we haven't seen Hearns c-bet too much just yet, so let's see how big he loves to go with those top pair type of hands. Is he kind of like all or nothing guy, or does he like to play some sneaky poker? 3.5.
3.5, yeah, okay.
On a larger side, but still close to half the pot. And is that a call? No, that's a raise with ace deuce. Raise to 9.2k. That is just out of the blue with nothing basically. No blockers, no nothing, just pure ace side bluff, and gets snap called by Hearns. So 25k in the middle now, and Lund.
These pots are getting like bigger and bigger.
Yeah, Lund lost like we didn't see it, but Lund lost an all-in right before that hand. So is he like trying to get it back here, trying to make something happen?
If Lund decided to check raise this flop, I mean, even though he doesn't have the diamond, I mean, you need to continue on this turn.
I guess it's kind of like one and done for him, and just try to take this one away from the flop, and if it doesn't work, he's gonna give it up, and he's gonna check it over one more time. And Hearns is actually thinking about value betting here. Nah, probably don't have too much value, so he's gonna just check this one back and take down a decent one. Doesn't want to open the pot again by betting there, and possibly maybe getting check raised or value owning himself.
Interesting check raise with ace deuce.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't blame Hearns for not betting the river there, because I mean, sometimes you can see your opponents like value raising on a flop there. Once the flush comes in on a turn, they can just shut down with just even with like queen jack there, and so there's probably not too much value to be get there with queen 10 against the check raise range on a flop.
Lina wakes up with aces.
Very good looking aces from early position, and she is just hoping for somebody to pick up the hand. If somebody's gonna at least call pre-flop and Lina wins this one, she's gonna be the first one over 100k. Otherwise, she's gonna be left with 99.7.
Does Hearns want to put the chips in here with 6-7 suited? Look like he does. Is it a raise or a... No, it's...
That's a call, and I think Ilva also called with pocket threes.
I think there was an ace-king also on the board, no? Someone shoves.
There
and I
is
think it's
no way.
I think it's no.
I mean,
All in on sit 3.
Lund goes all in with ace king for heaps, and Lina calls for another heaps. And I mean, if she's gonna get at least called, it's gonna be over 100,000, but she's gonna be way more than 100,000 now because she has run her aces into, it looks like ace king if it's 11%.
Yeah, ace king of clubs.
Let's see if we see some clubs for action, but I have to say I am rooting for the aces here. Just, I mean, you can't really do much if you're Lund. You can definitely just 3-bet and 4-bet, and it's gonna get in anyway. But it is a cooler, and there's one of them. There's one of them kings that Lina really does not want to see. I mean, 1 is fine, but 2 is disaster. 10 of diamonds is a very safe card. Lina does not want to see a red card. Any black card gives her a win, any red card gives his opponent a chance, but that is a deuce of diamonds, meaning we have lost our long-time chip leader and a fantastic player, Lund, from seat number 9, with a very decent cooler, with ace-king suited against aces. And Lina is now up to 185,000 in chips, and she is by far the biggest jack stack of this table, and probably one of the biggest stacks of the whole tournament. Like, I'm sure there are a couple of players who have managed to grind the stack up to close to 300k by the end of the day, but
Day 1A, I know we have Ranna from Estonia. He has like 300k plus.
Shoot.
Yeah.
I mean, Ranno, if you're not familiar with him, Ranno Sotla is WSO3 bracelet winner, 2nd place owner, like huge full-time crusher online, playing the highest stakes ever. And to be fair, Ranno Sotla eats those fields for breakfast. Yeah. It doesn't mean he's gonna win every single one of them, but he's gonna maximize the EV, obviously. And if a player like him runs well, obviously you need to run well to get a 300k stacks. I don't care how good you are, you need to run well.
Sure. But that's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. But still, Lina with 185k, definitely one of the bigger stacks still left. Should she still like keep her stack for one more level, or maybe even increase it?
Let's see if Lina decides to loosen up a little bit and decides to like put some pressure to her opponents.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see when players get a big stack. Do they rock up or do they loosen up, and do they start applying pressure? But it seems like Lina is kind of in a groove, and she's been playing decently aggressive throughout this tournament.
That's true.
Maxili makes it 2.2. Paulius 3-bet. He 3-bets to 6k with King 10, Queen 10 offsuit. Probably gonna work against Axeli, but you never know in No Limit Hold'em. Might even see a 4-bet from Axeli.
Paulius has an awkward stack for actually do anything else than just to fold.
He does fold the King Jack, so nice aggressive play from Paulius there.
Yeah, well played. Paulius understood that players are feeling comfortable with the big stacks and probably open pretty loose, and picks up a nice timing and 3-bet bluffs his Queen 10 off.
Yeah, and there we have it, final level of the day. So one more level to make your move, to decide which stack you're gonna go to do with. It is Axeli Valaya from Finland. who's gonna open up the action from under the gun. We are 7-handed at this featured table. We have seen quite a few bust outs compared to yesterday, at least. It seems like we've exchanged quite a bit of players here. But there are few who have stayed from the beginning. And those players are seat 1, seat 3, and seat 4. Akseli, Susanna, and Lina. Rest of them have gone and go.
And we still have our Norwegian streamer, seat number 6, Eva, playing really good poker here
yes,
today.
Yes, definitely. But she wasn't here since the beginning. She at one point joined us.
Yeah.
So there's only 3 players from the start of the day, and they are all doing decently well. Susanna up to 90 now. So, yeah.
Lina outflops Akseli. Let's see if Akseli decides to continuation bet here. Like, not surprised if he goes like very, very small again, but can't check behind. But yeah, decides to. I think it's a 2K bet.
Goes for 2K. Definitely at least a call from Lina here. No reason to raise, no reason to fold. So Lina does call. 10.8 in the middle. And that is a 9 on the turn, is it?
Yeah.
That is a 9 of hearts.
Picks up the set on the turn, which is
what a
really unfortunate for Lina. But I wonder if Akseli bets again here, if Lina holds on onto her king queen or dashi, elects to fold.
We've seen Lina call small bets on situations like this, but now Akseli is actually betting larger. 6.5 is the bet, and if Lina manages to find a fold, that is a fantastic fold. Folds went ahead, folds went behind, but no, Lina. Today it's been working out for her, the calling. In these situations, when she's called, she's usually been right. So probably in that groove of calling down because it has been working out for her today. And let's see on the river though.
Lina should get away from her hand on the river because there are like backdoor flush, which also is there now, and
not many hands here.
10 jack makes straight, and she doesn't beat an ace, and looks like an easy fold for me on the river.
And again, you want to be calling. Should Akseli bet here, which he will. You want to be rather call with a hand like Queen Deuce, I mean Queen 3. Than King Queen, because you kind of want your opponent to hold the king, and
yeah, that's also true.
In case you want a hero call there.
Looks like a 10.5k bet on the river, and let's see if Lina is capable of folding her second pair here.
Nice small-sized value bet makes it difficult for Lina, getting 3.5 to 1. But she's definitely not in love of this situation.
Looks like she wants to make the call.
Makes the call, and what has been working for her thus far does not work against Akseli. Akseli finds the miracle 9 on the turn and gets the value out of it as well.
Stuck flop, please.
I didn't think you would say, oh,
Stuck.
Stuck. Okay. Like, I did not have any. Do you have 6 eights? So then I was like, oh.
And maybe it's because of Axel's image also, like why she decided to call down there.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally and psychologically, I understand, like, she's been mostly calling against Christian, who we already lost, and it's been working for her every single time, so she's like, keeps on doing that strategy until she kind of gets bitten once, and then she's gonna start readjusting and rethinking that maybe not calling every time is not that profitable. Maybe people aren't bluffing that much anymore.
Looks like we have a new player on seat number 9.
Yes, we do.
Doesn't look familiar for me.
So I'm guessing he's not from Estonia.
Looks like it's from the Netherlands.
From the Netherlands, Frank Wisse, very familiar name though. Frank Visser.
Looks like he's playing with a 30k stack.
So it means he probably just re-entered or entered the tournament.
And we also have a new player in seat number 7.
Yes, so we finally have another full ring table. 9 players already after playing 600 and 700 for a while.
So it's the girls actually who have survived.
Yeah. Yeah. And they have been playing very well. And all of them have a decent stack. We haven't seen a seed 6 play too many hands as of late, but she hasn't picked up too many either, so she's gonna start folding.
Yeah, these situations happen like very often that you just are absolutely guarded for 3 or 4 levels and absolutely nothing you can do. Just folding, folding, folding all day. Happens very often.
Yes, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4.
We have some folds, but Susanna wakes up with a decent hand here on the hijack. Opens up. And we should get a call for Axel, perhaps. Axel is thinking. I'm sure he's not folding here, but is he gonna 3-bet or is he gonna
He's definitely
call?
thinking about a 3-bet in this situation.
I think he is, yeah. But if I had to bet, I'm gonna go that he's gonna end up calling. But he's folding.
He's folding the king queen. I mean, yeah, of course, it's against Susanna, who's probably the tightest at the table.
Makes correct fold.
Very nice fold from Axel, and doesn't want to take the situation. Yeah, wow.
And Ernest also folds his big blind. I noticed that a few hands earlier, like he's, or the last time he was on the big blind, he's like not defending it as loose as maybe some other players.
Yeah, the thing is, Axel has been very 3-bet heavy and aggressive against late position opens previously.
Yeah.
And deciding to not play the king-queen at all against Susanna's hijack open, that is the man adjusting according to the player.
Yeah, yeah. They've been playing for quite a long time at this table, so he definitely has the feeling like how some of his opponents are playing at this table.
Yeah, indeed. This is level 10 of this day, so definitely have a feel. I wonder if there's going to be, if players are going to continue on the same tables tomorrow, or we're going to have a full reshuffle for day 2.
Yeah, this we need to find out. But we our new guy at the table, Frank Visser, decides to open King Jack off.
From under the gun, not under the gun +2. So early position for Visser. So he's like probably re-entered or and anxious to play a few hands and try to get a stack going.
Let's see if Ilva decides to. No, she's not defending the suited connector there on the big.
So Visser comes in with a nice start for himself. Increases his stack by 3k because the blinds are now 600, 1.2k with another big blind ante of another 1.2k. So 3k in the middle every time you win the blinds and antes. It is Lina Lindholm, our largest stack by far by 162k. Average stack of the tournament in this at this moment is 60,000. So we've lost a bit more than half of the field that entered today, and we have 388 entries on day 1B, so we might actually get there. We might actually get there. I mean, we've increased 8 entries since 30 minutes ago, but I mean, nevertheless, how many entries we get, it's been a successful day 2 either way.
It's gonna be a blind on blind situation, and Ilva with a nice looking ace 8. Raises it up, and I think
Gets a
King
call.
9
King 9,
should
yeah.
be a call.
Fairly standard for now.
It is very hard. Yeah. So if you always lose.
King, Jack, deuce, that's an action flop. I mean, that's a top pair for Johannes, our new player. And Ilva does have the overcard and did not flush draw. The 3,500 gets called by Johannes. Johannes Sepponen from Finland. So 15,000 in the middle. Good 8 on that. Okay, that is bad news. That is very bad news for Johannes. Johannes, I'm sure you cannot fold on the turn just yet either.
Let's see what sizing Gilva decides to use, or perhaps checking the turn. But
would be kind of interesting.
But if I was her, I would not like bet big here on the turn.
And that is a small bet, 5.2.
Nice sizing.
Gets called from Johannes. Johannes really doesn't want to make trips here. Was hoping for that, actually. He doesn't know it, but he was hoping for that. That one is probably gonna save him. I mean, Ilva she's gonna have to target hands like exactly like King 8 with 8 of hearts. Well, you can't have King 8 with 8 of hearts, but King 9 with 9 of hearts, King 7 with 7 of hearts, something like that. Because probably your opponent is not gonna have a very strong heart here. So you have to bet accordingly. Do you think a large bet looks bluffy? Do you want to go for a small bet? She's gonna go in between and goes exactly half pot and gets Johannes to fold to King 9, and Ilva, nice pot for her. It looks like the ladies are almost iron, immortal. All three of them decently above average stack now.
Yeah, seat 7 got lucky on the river that it was a heart and made the folding a little bit easier for him.
Definitely. And I'm sure it's going to be a tough decision if river is a blank and Ilva bets similarly like 12k. Yeah. He might end up folding, might not.
He doesn't have any reads on her, on his opponents also, because he's been at the table a few hands only.
But on a blank river, I really would have liked to see Ilva like choose a larger sizing there and just polarize your range and just try and represent some like ace-10 with a heart or something.
Couple of 7s, raising it up.
Gets folds this far.
And Ilva with a pocket 10s. Let's see how we've seen earlier. She like 3-bet her 10s.
Yeah,
but,
she
decides to.
And again against
do a more conservative
against
play.
Susanna, people don't really want to go too big pre-flop unless they really have it, because Susanna has been quite tight pre. So check from Susanna, check from Ilva.
Expecting this to be checked down all the way.
Unless the river is V7, ace or A9. I agree with you. Ilva might turn his hand into a bluff here with some equity, but doesn't need to do it. And
I think 10s are too good to do anything than to just check down. I mean,
yeah, sure, definitely. I mean, a large bet on a turn to I mean, you're targeting two specific range, maybe something like ace-jack. That might not even still fold, so you're gonna have to barrel 2 streets if you want to do it. Plus, Susanna still has plenty of kings. I mean, yeah, sure. Sometimes you don't have to turn every showdown value into.
Not every, yeah. But the 7s might be in like an interesting bluff there. Like, actually, I don't know.
Ilva is talking about the hand, the flush hand here, and she's thinking that probably the better sizing on the river is a small bet, having the fourth heart come off, and I agree with that, to be fair. Like, his opponent's range isn't very high heart heavy, so small bets might even induce some bluff raises and call offs by 2 pair or 1 pair type hands.
So Lina makes a loose open, which I like to see with her new stack.
Yeah, makes it 2.6 with Jack 10 off, and gets Hilda to fold Jack 9 suited. But Johannes is not a type to fold a suited connector hand, so he's gonna come in to the party with 9-7 suited. And Lina is making a loose open, but he still has his opponent pretty much dominated, 2 overcards. And another action flop here. I mean, Lina with an open-ended straight draw, Johannes with a flush draw. Johannes has Lina's outs, but Lina is actually ahead with Jack high. Lina also has the backdoor flush draw with a Jack high heart. 2.5 is the bet, and that is a call.
Interesting, and let's see if Lina decides to... She doesn't need to bet the turn anymore because she picked up some showdown value, but let's see if Johannes is gonna do like, is he gonna like bet now or make his bluff on the river?
Or just maybe try to realize the flush draw equity,
Yeah.
and get to see two cards for 2.5k on flop. So he does check. And river is not the best for Lina. Johannes makes the flush, so Johannes is going to win this pot. But the question is Lina paying him off? And I would assume not. Johannes called the flop, and now he's betting the river. There's not too many hands that end up bluffing in this situation.
Nice fold, Lina, yeah.
Maybe something like 10-9 of spades, but Lina, yeah, I mean, just very few hands that end up bluffing that river. So, and 9-10 of spades might even check back the river, so nice fold. or 26 minutes rather remaining until the end of day 1B. Nine-handed at this featured table. We have lost more than half of the field of day 1B already. But we still have some time to play. Blinds are 600, 1200. Average stack approximately 50 big blinds. And this is a sign of a well-run tournament if the average stack remains near that 50 big blind mark. It doesn't get too short, as well as doesn't get too deep.
Johannes opens up very, very loose here with a queen deuce off.
Yes, he does. That is surprising to me.
Attacks the big blind of Susanna, I suppose.
I guess so. He's relatively new to the table and probably doesn't have that much info, but the thing is, sometimes the info you have is just visual. And that is the downfall of many young men, and by thinking that ladies might be easier to play against, which they are not. And as I said, that's the downfall. As it is this time, Susanna doesn't end up flopping anything good. That is a pretty bad flop for her, so she's gonna fold it, and Johannes adds a small pot to his stack. Susanna still good with 87.6k, Johannes up to 50,000 now. And guys, if you want free stuff, take a look at our promotions running down here. 10 free spins on Doom of Egypt. You can still redeem the code. The code is Pharaoh. Use the promo code on your Coolbet login under your account, and you get 10 free spins. Just a free chance to earn some money. Use that money however way you want. You can cash it out, you can use it to play poker. Just a little gift from the Coolbet family to you guys. That is interesting to me that there are quite a few players who don't want to play at a feature table. If I get a chance to play at a feature table, I would be so happy. I really enjoy that opportunity.
Even when you don't feel the best?
I mean, it would kind of probably boost me up. Playing at the feature table, it would be nice to. I mean, I guess I'm just super like. I don't know the English word for it, but I mean, for me, it always seems like something fun to do, and it kind of plays with the dynamic, and it would be cool to make a couple of big bluffs at the feature table and so on. But to me, it seems surprising. Yeah, a lot of not a lot, but there are quite a few players who rather not and rather keep their secrets and rather not play with exposed cards.
Yeah, I don't mind also to play there, but it doesn't really matter for me, to be honest. Like,
look at that, Susanna makes a very good call with ace-high there on the flop against Paulius c-bet with queen jacks. And Paulius has it given up?
And Susanna makes the nuts on the river.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I didn't even notice the backdoor flush draw, but Susanna does indeed make the ace-high flush, so makes it even more comfortable for her. And is Susanna very close to 100k? So it's Susanna very close to being the second player and the second lady of this feature table to reach the 100k mark.
Yeah, ladies crushing the table. It's nice to see.
Ace queen for Axel. Axel is definitely gonna come in with a raise from under the gun.
I think Axel has had ace queen at least 5 or 6 times.
Yes, so many times he's had ace queen.
This table.
And if I'm not mistaken, every single time offsuit as well.
Could be. He made this play also with ace queen when he check raised on a 9-6-6 and somewhat got it in against jacks and got lucky on the river.
And the battle of ace queens. There's an ace jack to the mix as well. All the aces are gone, so don't you worry about the ace hitting the flop. There's gonna be no ace on the flop.
Lena is such a favorite on this hand with
yeah, look at that, 37%. And to win this whole pot. Because the players are just covering each other's outs, and look at that, there you have it. All the free outs coming in on the flop, 4-7-8. Problem for Lena is there's not much else for anybody here.
No one, I expect no one to really bet here. And
let's see if a turn is a club or a ace or a queen, but instead it's a 7.
I like the check by Lena, really.
In that situation, I like this. I like the check as well. Of course, we can see that her opponents don't have anything, and it's beneficial for her to keep on checking and let him catch up a bit. Just all of her outs coming on the board. I mean, I wonder if she's gonna get called by one.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like bet 7k. Really hard to call this down.
I do like the sizing though.
Even with the ace high.
After everything gets checked through twice, betting big there is not a bad strategy against 3 players. And people keep on saying that you shouldn't bluff too much against many players, but in situations like this, I mean, it's very profitable to bluff where you kind of know that nobody can really have anything.
And Lena is also on the big blind, so she has a little bit more of this funky stuff like that connects with this board. So, but yeah, Susanna is gonna look her up and pay her off.
Probably gonna look her up, and even if the river is Not even a 4, but if a river is a 3 and I'm leaning with something like 9-10, I really want to step in and bluff there, because I mean, and bet quite large like she did, like 7k there, because it's very hard for your opponents to wake up with anything of significant value there.
Yeah, I agree, but it's just sometimes it's just like so tough to bluff into 3 opponents.
Yeah, of course, I agree with that as well.
He's smaller than big one. 6, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Lina Lindshøl
6, 1, 2, 1, 2.
from Norway, 172,000. Business as usual for her, just stacking chips. Hearns this time to start the action with 8-4.
Pretty close, actually.
Did Susanna end up calling her, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lina got some extra value.
Five, 6, 4, 8.
Frank Visser should be opening this up.
Yeah, he opened King Jack off from under the gun. I'm pretty sure he's gonna open Queen Jack from the hijack, so he does make the raise, and let's see if he's gonna take another set of lines and antes, or Axel wants to keep him honest with a call from the big blinds.
Should be a defend for Axel.
Not enough to say.
No,
Nope.
I think he says not enough to play for, or something like that.
Just play very slowly. I can make it with more chips and start today too. Very, very slow. Only got in like 5 times.
Visser says that if we play very slowly, I'm gonna end up with more chips than we started with. So if they only play 3 more hands and Visser folds all of them. Once we have 10 minutes remaining, we're gonna have a draw of how many hands we have until the end.
6, 4, 6.
It's usually between 3 to 5 hands, right?
Raise 2, 5, 4, 3, 4.
So it's Paulius, never mind, it's Visser making it 2.5 with his pocket fours, raising it up second time in a row, and gets everybody to fold unless the big blind one more time. This time the big blind has the suited ace, so probably gonna see a call. Look at that beautiful prize pool. 276,960 at this moment in the prize pool. That is a one large 500 euro tournament.
9,000.
And instead of a call, we see a raise to 9,000. And I wonder if Visser's comments about if we play very small, I can end up with more than I started with, had anything to do with that 3-bet.
I don't know, but it was a really surprising move from the big blind. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
It's surprising, but well played.
I wonder if Hernes was just like, this guy just let me know he kind of wants to make it to day 2. Why not pressure him? No, I'm not. I mean, it might just be him thinking that he can pressure a short stack anyway, or just wanting to make a move. But it's a very convenient timing after Visser said that to start putting pressure on his raise.
4, 8. 9, 4, 3.
Queen Jack for Susanna from early middle positions is gonna raise it up. I really would like a 3-bet one more time with a hand like 8-9 there.
It would work.
It would work.
But these are the calling chips here.
Yeah.
And the big blind also comes along with the 5-4 off.
And I also don't mind calling, even from the small blind. I mean, 8-9 is just so pretty. And it tends to flop second pair against top pair and get you in trouble if you don't get a flush or straight draw.
Yeah, the only problem with the 8-9 is that on a 10-jack queen board you get coolered by better straights.
Yeah, that's true. And the thing is, it rarely flops top pair. You're playing it for draw values, but if you flop the second pair, it's not that easy to fold, but you have to be willing to fold a hand like this.
So
Nice
Hearns flops a top pair and just folds. Wow.
Folds the second pair, and Susanna takes this one down with her top pair. Indeed. I mean, Hearns folding there. I mean, I'm like, if you have a couple of like regular grinders, like mid to high stakes poker grinders, you never see players folding second pair and just folding to a single bet. It just isn't a thing. But another example of just adjusting to your opponent and maybe knowing that your opponent isn't very likely to see bet without a strong hand.
Yeah, that might be the case, but I was actually also pretty surprised that he released his second pair so easily. I would have also expected there to continue.
1, 4, 2, 4.
It is Paulius making it 2.5k this time and running into Lina Lindholm's queens. Probably an all-in and a fold. I mean, to be fair, there's not
just
too many chips left.
3-bet and a fold there.
Oh yeah, of course, there's still a players to act. Sorry, I thought that Lina was in the big blind for some reason. Yeah, definitely a 3-bet in that case.
And easy fold for Paulius. Paulius has also been like pretty card-dead. Like I can see he wants to work around his small stack and wants to make moves and wants to steal, but it's like really unfortunate for him that he's running into these monsters and getting like 3-bet bluffed. So and so
to be fair,
really
coming
very
in from under
unfortunate
the
for
gun
him.
with ace-8 off is not a good idea in a 9-handed table.
No, yeah.
You tend to run into trouble because you still have 8 players to get through, and the chances of somebody waking up with a hand is just fairly likely. So
that's also true, yeah.
You want to at least have an ace-10 off, ace-jack off, even on a 9-handed table to come in from under the gun. Or instead of ace-8, something like 8-7 suited definitely plays way better than ace-8.
Lina with a nice hand again, opens up.
Makes another raise. And Oxley releases his ace-8s. So does Hearns, as does Ilva. Folded all the way to
nice
Paulius
hand
now.
for Paulius in the big blind. Let's see what he wants to do with this.
I think we're gonna see a shove, and now the question is Lina going to call this shove? 12 big blinds all in. Or a bit more, 13 big blinds all in. You have a little bit invested. Queen Jack, you need, well, you can see it's 13.6 to win 20.6, so you need about approximately like 40% equity.
That's a nice stack there Lina is building.
Yep. So we are headed towards the final stages of the day. Just a couple more hands for us, and we have the final results of day one. Of course, we will let you know the final results of day ones tomorrow. We need to count everybody's stacks, etc., etc. But be back with us tomorrow. We're not finishing just yet, but be back with us tomorrow definitely as we continue with day two. I will let you know all the biggest stacks. We get you the best tables and so on and so on. And I think the tournament clock is gonna be stopped very soon, and we're gonna play the final hands. At least that's what happened yesterday. It would be fair to happen today as well.
Johannes again opens up fairly loose from the late position. We saw him opening up from a cutoff with queen deuce off, and now with on the button with 4-5 off.
And
looks like Paulius is gonna shove.
Shove one more time. Finds a nice spot to shove. Frank Visser.
Oh, that's tempting. No.
No, he does not. He's going to fold to king queen, and Paulius, he does not want to make it to day 2 as a short stack. He wants to make at least something happen.
I was really expecting Visser to reshove there with a king queen. I mean, the spot wasn't too bad if you.
For Visser, it's even worse if you're left with 5 big blinds and you can't even like gamble it up, and you can't even re-enter.
But he had a pretty good hand, I mean.
Yeah, that's true. But there was still a raise and and an all-in.
Yeah, but the small blinds range that he shoves there, I mean, king queen is not doing too bad against this range.
So I'm not sure if we're playing 3, 4, or 5 hands, but maximum 5 more hands of this day left, because the clock has been stopped, and this is hand number 1. Hand number 1 of possibly 5.
Hopefully we can see some little bit gambling at the end of the day.
Yeah, and look no further than Paulius to get his gamble on. I mean, he might shove 3rd time in a row here.
Looks like 3-bet is coming, or just a call?
Just a call this time. And Frank Visser, now it's his turn. And I'm sure sure Paulius is thinking, I should have shoved.
Gets the king queen 2nd time in a row, this time decides to go with it.
Yeah, this time there's just a raise and a call in front of him, so looks a bit more tempting to go all in for it all with king queen. And Johannes hasn't folded yet.
It's a close one, I think.
A6 doesn't really play that well against the 20 big blinds shoving stack though. So
yeah,
he's gonna fold. So hand number 2 now of possibly 5. As you can see, it's been Lina Lindholm who's taken the most advantage of this featured table. She's been comfortable all day long, winning huge pots, getting one pretty big cooler in her favor.
Yeah, she had aces and her opponent had ace king, and they got it in pre, and it was a really, really big pot, like 150k or no?
170k even.
170k.
Yeah, and it's to think about it, 4 levels ago she was down to 10k, and she's built her stack up to 170 to be about 3 times the tournament average. That is a very healthy stack.
I wanted her to raise his king 9 suited and put some pressure, but unfortunately, actually decides to
just call. Doesn't want to
call with ace king.
Maybe I mean, Axeli might be thinking that you have those 3 players on seat 7, 8, 9 who really are looking forward to shove there, so he's kind of setting a trap as well.
These 3 guys at the right of the table to us have been really like I have this feeling that they really want to double up here and they get some more stack. And Axel has 8s here.
He's gonna also call. He has big enough stack to just call, so 4 ways to the flop here. We don't know what Paulius has, but we can see 3 of the hands, and there's 12.2k in the middle, so a lot can still happen. King, king, queen. That is not a very good flop if you're Lina Lindholm fan. Check from Axel, so 2 players with top trips. And Axeli is looking very good on this board. 3.5.
I actually hated the fact that he's gonna see the flop 4-way because he was really hoping for the squeeze, but now when he gets the
he's loving it.
Trip kings with an ace kicker, I mean.
Of course he still has to worry about queens or king queen, but no, I mean ace king is just too strong in that situation, and he's gonna straight up raise. That'll get rid of everybody but Lina.
He had the read that when Lina is betting here like 4-way, continuing here, like
She's
must
probably
have,
strong.
she must have like a decent hand here.
At least a strong queen.
And no way, I mean,
Lina calls. There's 30.2k in the middle. And deuce of diamonds doesn't change anything. Lina's gonna need a deuce or a queen to chop this one up, or a 9 to win this one, or somehow miraculously fold her trip kings, which I don't really see happening.
Let's see what sizing actually this chooses here. I think it's gonna go like
18k.
Yeah, more. I was going to say like more than half pot, so this is like 16, I think.
16. Yeah, 16k instead. So I still like the sizing.
He can perfectly shove the river.
Yeah. And Lina, she cannot really fold unblocking the hearts. I mean, she has the king. Akseli definitely is capable of making a move like this with ace-10, ace-jack. But but at the same time, you are worried if you're Lina.
You're definitely not loving the spot.
You are definitely not beating value because you're the one raising from undergun, and Akseli called from undergun +1. He's not calling king 8 there. So Lina makes a call, and that is a queen, and that saves Lina. The chips are gonna go in. Nevertheless, the chips are gonna go in, and Akseli gets very unlucky to not double up, or at least not get that 60,000.
Yeah, Akseli hates this river.
Maybe he's hoping that maybe Lina has the queen and just probably, I mean, he's gonna go all in at one point, and Lina is gonna snap him off. Or maybe even just something like 25k to really target queen.
I have the feeling it's just an all-in.
He's going small. Snap calls. What was the bet? Was it 26k? So Akseli agrees with me. Wants to target the queen on the river. Thinks that maybe it may get away, and against the king, I mean, against the king, it's gonna be a chop anyway. And Lina gets fortunate one more time, finds to get away from jail card. And Akseli's left shaking his head. One more hand, ladies and gentlemen. One more hand, and we are all done. And we almost saw the biggest pot. I mean, it was the biggest pot of the, almost the biggest pot. But as it is, both players add a little bit of rest of the field's money. And we head to the final hand of Coolbet Open Tallinn Day 1B. Paulius with 17 big blinds. Let's see if he finds anything to go all in with, or he's gonna come back tomorrow with a shorter stack. One player has already sit out. It is Ilva Torsut, who's happy enough with the stack she already has. Hearn is also happy, so they both folded. Off to Johannes now. Johannes folded as well, so day 2 guaranteed for Johannes. And Paulius is gonna make it 2.5. He finds a decent hand. He has the shortest stack, but it's Susanna with ace-jack, so last hand of the day, we still see a little bit of fireworks at least. So ace-10 against ace-jack. Unless there's an ace or a jack, I have a strong feeling that Paulius might even win this one. 10, 6, deuce, and the feeling grows even stronger. Paulius flops top pair, top kicker.
And we have seen Susanna pretty sticky with the ace size, so I'm expecting at least Paulius to get like one street value here.
We'll see. We'll see. Susanna usually has been the aggressor with a hand like this. This time she just called, and she's gonna fold her hand against 3.5k raise, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is our final stacks. Come back tomorrow, because tomorrow we will have the day 2 of Coolbet Open Tallinn. The prize pool is more than 280,000 euros, and we will have the final payouts for you. We will have the biggest stacks for you, and definitely another fantastic feature table. So tomorrow, be here same time, and I will be here with Carly. Probably will be here. So from me, thank you very much for joining this podcast. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as we did, and I wish you a very good evening. Bye bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Thanks. Thank you. I'll see you.
Okay, tomorrow at 12 we'll start.